A very good afternoon, a very good evening, I should say, to one and all as we welcome you here to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex for day 2 of the North Zone T20 Festival 2025. We have another interesting battle coming your way. BOURG MULATRESSE Cricket Community Club, or CCC, against Shannon Sports Club. And in your picture right now, the BOURG MULATRESSE players. So let's take the national anthem. So there you have it, the national anthem and the players' prayer for this evening as we get ready for the battle here. It's BOURG MULATRESSE against Shannon Sports Club, and this is what happened at the toss.
Okay, here we are. It is round 1. This is game 2 in the North Zone T20 Festival. We're about to get underway with the toss between BOURG MULATRESSE and Shannon Sports. We've got Mohammed Jaipal here. He's the third umpire. He'll be taking control of the toss. And we've got Aaron Das and Waylon George, the two captains. Who's got the coin? Okay. BOURG MULATRESSE are the designated home team. It will be Aaron. Waylon George has called numbers.
You're going to have a ball first.
Right. Okay. Thanks very much for that. You've had a look at the track. You saw how many runs were scored last night, and you're brave enough to have a bowl, yeah?
Yeah. It have a bit of grass on the surface, so I believe my opening bowlers will be able to utilize that. And my team is balanced all wrong, so I believe my batsman will be able to chase down any runs put on the ball.
Excellent. Good luck for your team. All right. We'll let you go and take control of them. Aaron, would you have done the same?
No, I would have bat first.
All right, okay.
It went in my favor.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, we'll wish you all the best. Nice team. How is it looking? You got everybody you wanted?
Yeah, well, we work with what we have, you know what I mean? And because no matter who we pick, we would, do the job with it.
Okay, we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the toss being completed, and of course Shannon Sports won the toss and they have opted to field first. I'm asking Mark. Sheldon Rooks is here with us, and Sheldon, the two captains, everybody of course eager to get into action. They saw the first game last night, I would imagine, and now they feel that they can probably even better those performances.
Good evening, Ruskin, and good evening to everyone at home, wherever you may be watching. Yes, it was an interesting toss because despite the fact that Aaron Das lost the toss, he would have batted. So, in fact, he feels as though he won the toss.
So he got what he wanted.
Everyone got something out of it, yeah.
That's the thing here, because some teams like to chase, some teams like to set, if you know what I mean. So these are the starting lineups. Nigel Benjamin for Shannon Sports. Let me just go through it quickly here. Abraham Alonso, Nigel Benjamin, Ikwe Craig, Sylvan Cummings, Joshua Davis, Ronaldo Fonillier, Waylon George Joyo, Rashawn Guevara, Kelvin John, Adrian Joseph, Roddy Juman, and Shimaki Stewart. And of course for BOURG MULATRESSE, Mark Aparicio, who was a late replacement, Karen Balbosa, Sean Court, Aaron Das, the captain, Anthony Durant, Delaney Hines, Kevin Holder, Rashid Mohammed, Trick Richards, and Orlando Toppin. Those are the starting ones. And again, it's Shannon Sports. They won the toss and they have opted to field first. And so we will see the boys from BOURG MULATRESSE.
You mentioned both teams having had the opportunity to see exactly what happened last night, and the thing that I'd say is that plenty of runs in the pitch, so you'd be looking to follow that. And I had a look at the track earlier on. It looks untouched, despite the fact that we had nearly 40 overs on it. It really is in very good condition. It was bouncy yesterday. I'd imagine that not a lot has changed. They had the heavy roller on there earlier on, and I suspect that if it plays anything like it did last night, and we've got the same kind of firepower, then we should be looking at quite a few runs. Have we got who are our openers?
Yeah, we have Aaron Das and Rashid Mohammed, the two openers for the BOURG MULATRESSE team.
We've lost Mr. Mohammed for a moment. I think he's stepped off to get a helmet. He came out with a cap and he's thought better of it. And now he's gone back to look for a helmet, which is just being handed on the sidelines. So it shouldn't be long before he comes out. I enjoyed last night's game.
It was interesting throughout. I thought both teams had a chance, but then we saw some good, sensible batting that basically allowed them the opportunity to win the game with 11 balls to spare.
It was their skipper last night that really did it for me. He just managed it so well.
Partnerships. He was able to build partnerships throughout.
If he drives his car the way he plays cricket, I would ride with him any day, because he was so safe. He did all the things that he should have done. You know, some people have got one hand on the wheel and everything. They get there, but you have a heart attack before you get to your destination. Well, he knew where he was going. He knew how to get there, and he really put it in operation. It was really nice to watch. There were times when I thought, this is too big. You know, this target is too big. And in the end, as you say, 11 balls to spare. It was actually, you know, quite easy in the end. It looked comfortable.
Yeah, they certainly timed it well. And what was amazing is that whereas in the first innings, in the last 2 overs or so, 3 overs, when you were really expecting them to go hard, they regressed.
Yeah, they did, didn't they?
They didn't get anything.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, where we saw that there was a constant rise. In fact, they went on a canter down the stretch. But here, let's see if we get a similar kind of result, and it's going to be Ronaldo Fonillier to open the attack. He's up against Aaron Das and Rashid Mohammed. And he just feels looking... I'll just go for a little jog to see how the muscles are going.
He must have been watching last night's game, because it was exactly the same thing, wasn't it? I was there trying to finish off what I was saying. I saw him running in. I was trying to hand over quickly and say, here's the first delivery, and he just ran through.
something isn't right. You know, and as a bowler, you just have to feel it, you know, make sure everything is okay. And that's a good delivery. Bonks again, early o'clock.
Yeah, we spoke about it being a bouncy track. You know, if you look at the replay, that is just over halfway down, and you would expect that if someone's got a little bit of zip, then it is going to get up on you. It got up a little bit more than, who was it? Das thought, and he ended up fending it off, didn't he? We saw one get caught like that yesterday.
And here's another delivery. It's an unusual shot. And, you know, you want to believe in the early goings, you would at least try to find the middle of the bat first and don't try to invent shots like that. But
I mean, that's halfway down the track he's bowled that. That was halfway down.
And he was trying to uppercut it,
Yeah.
it looked like. Probably trying to get it over the keeper's head.
Pull.
That's well bowled again. They're going to have to hurry. And they do. The return again is just slightly off kilt. And you could see wicketkeeper Joseph there, Adrian Joseph, trying to get behind the stumps.
We are side on. Our commentary position is side on. So we can see the setup of the two batsmen. It's Mohammed at the non-striker's end that I'll come back to in a minute.
Familiar balls. This one is in the air, but it's going to land safely, not anywhere near the man coming in off the deep square leg position. Now he's out. The other man out is at a wideish third man or backward point on the boundary, sweeping.
Yeah, that attempted pull. He got that high up on the bat. Look.
Kind of rushed him to some degree. Let's see how Das. And again, very well played. After a couple extravagant shots, this time he played a more conventional open face, take a single.
Yeah, that's Rashid Mohammed with that pronounced head, shoulders lean. It looks as though he's, you know, done a copy and paste out of the coaching manual. He's really, I wouldn't say he's over the top, but if anything there is to be driven, he's going to be in a good spot. This is Das on strike now.
It's a quick delivery again. Good piece, good carry. In fact, it burst through the gloves of wicketkeeper Adrian Joseph. That ends the first over of the innings and for the match, and at the end of it, it's 4 without loss.
Yes, sedate start, wasn't it? A couple of pushes and one attempted, one pull that really didn't go that far. And we had 2 blistering starts yesterday. Mind you, one of them included, 4 or 5 wides?
We had two 5-ball wides,
Yes.
almost back-to-back deliveries. In fact, he had bowled 2 deliveries and didn't have a legal delivery inside it. There are 10 runs on the board.
10 runs up there, quite right, yeah.
You know, and in that over, I think he also bowled a 3rd wide as well. But that one was cut off by the wicketkeeper.
A little bit more controlled tonight.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Roddy Juman is going to pick up the attack. Driven, pitching up nicely. Almost, this could be dangerous and a good chance. All he had to do was get the ball into the bowler's hands, and he failed to do so. That was a tailor-made run-out scenario there, and he missed it. He was trying to go for glory.
Yeah, bad running from both batsmen, actually. You know, you normally get one who doesn't run, but not both standing in the middle looking at each other.
Yeah, he just had to throw it in there, Ikwe Craig, and he tried to hit the stumps went in truth, and in fact, all he had to do is get it to the bowler, and they would have had an easy run out. Big drive, and not afraid to pitch it up though, and whatever movement he could get there.
Umpire's not. The keeper's not happy with that
A wide
decision.
call. Yep. Are keepers ever happy? Are bowlers ever happy when wide's called?
Candice Laborde was quick to call it, so she'd already seen it.
And this time she doesn't flap her wings, much to the relief of wicketkeeper Joseph. So a good opportunity here for these two teams. Whenever you're starting a tournament, you love to, as they say, get off the mark with a win. Up again, that's another delivery, pitching right up. If anything, he's outside the off stump, but his length is a full length, as opposed to what we got from the other end from Fornelia, who is constantly banging it in. And at the opposite end, we see in Juman pitching it up quite nicely. And again, so he has really stuck on that line just outside the off stump there. He's very disciplined. In fact, he's like resisting the temptation to come closer to the off stump. He's persisting on that line, 5th stump, 6th stump outside that off stump. Right now, Das cannot catch up to him.
Mohammed with, I don't know, is he the senior of the two?
But Das is the captain, so you think that Das would know better. And this time he's pitching up, and that's a great shot. That's 4 runs. I don't know if he's going to catch this. It's going to take some doing, and he cannot. A valiant effort there. He ran it all the way to the ropes, but it was all in vain in the end.
Is that Joshua Davis, is it, who tried to chase that one down?
It's a good shot. It's just equidistant between the mid-off and the mid-on, and despite the best efforts there of Davis, still went for 4.
I'm saying it's Davis. I think
it is Joshua Davis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is.
And we have a little bit of a false start there. The batsman probably wasn't ready. So Das is on 6 now. Mohammed at the other end is on 3. There he goes again, persistent with that line just outside the off stump. The one delivery that he came into the stump, he got driven for 4, but once he was outside the off stump, everything was okay. The end of over number 2, 10 without loss.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Let's welcome you back here. We are in the early stages of this encounter, and it's going to be Fornelia once again. And once again, he's asking the batsman Mohammed to sort of invent a shot, and it's proven to be a little bit of a difficulty for him. And he's getting into that awkward position. He's just sort of bending the knees. and then just flaring the bat at the ball over his head. I don't know if he has good eyesight. And there he goes again. That's a brilliant catch. And that is the end. What a catch indeed. Mohammed goes for 3. A brilliant catch there by the wicketkeeper. And no doubt, jubilation for the Shannon Sports Club.
We saw this shot attempted a few times last night, but Rashid Mohammed couldn't bring it off, wanting to guide that down past the keeper. It's really a vacant area, but all he does is gives it to the keeper. There is someone at second slip, by the way, so it's a very risky shot to play, especially early on in the innings. And keeper was going one way and then managed to correct himself. So Rashid Mohammed out for 3.
Good catch by Adrian Joseph. Brilliant catch indeed, because like you said, he was almost overcommitted going to his left, and then he had to kind of gather himself and go back to the right, and did a fantastic job of that, coming up with a one-handed blinder. So the new batsman is Anthony Durant.
Early success for Shannon Sports. Sets things up nicely. We come back to that thing that we were talking about last night, Ruskin. Who's going to take it on from here? Well, given that, you know, Das has only faced 8 balls, I'd say they can both go for it.
Yeah, he hasn't really settled just yet, Aaron Das. But being the captain, I would imagine he may feel that he has an added responsibility. Now, it depends on how you look at it. The responsibility might be like Rohit Sharma, which is to make sure that you get a brisk start, or could be more of a deliberate one who sticks around for a long period and sort of shepherd the batting. That's another quick delivery. You can see it almost rushing the batsman there, Durant, as he jumps into line.
Maybe just a little bit quicker than he thought. It ended up with ball hitting bat rather than, you know, a nice defensive shot where the bat comes down and hits the ball. It was on him fairly quickly. But it was the first ball that he'd faced, so he's still got time to gauge the pace of the track.
Going after delivery now, exactly what transpired there, because that ball seemed to go because he was trying to play a cut shot, and the ball ended up passing the wicketkeeper to his right. You know, you look at it again, and it just eluded the keeper. He should have really, for somebody who took such a brilliant catch a short while ago, that ball, it moved. Obviously, it moved after passing the batsman, but I don't think this is English conditions where it moved
so much.
Extraordinarily. You know, but maybe he was just wrong-footed on this occasion, just didn't get his hands behind the ball. Cutting again and not making contact. So this is proven to be a bit of a challenge here right now for Durant to catch up with the ball.
What are we going to do with the field here? I'm just going to have a look and see where it is, because it's really a first slip. I'd go so far as to say that you might call it fourth slip, even at this stage of gully and a backward point. So there's a nice little ring there, isn't there?
And the third man. And there it is, over the head of the ring, and that is the third man coming into play there. So because everything is being concentrated outside the off-stump, they're giving them cover down there.
And they just take the one run.
Yep, as opposed to the 4s that they were leaking.
Exactly.
Yep. So end of the over, 15 for 1.
You get if you know what you're doing and you can bowl in a disciplined manner, set your field, you can end up saving so many runs. And that's a brave field to have.
It is, and it's a kind of field also where you kind of hinting to the batsman where you're going.
Yeah, and if he's brave enough, he'll go for it. And if you've got enough zip, well, then you can test him. You've got a keeper, first slip, fourth slip, like you say, or gully, backward point, and should it go through him, you've got your third man to cover. So as long as you can be disciplined, you can put that batsman under a lot of pressure. Because anything outside the off stump that's drivable, he's going to want to go for it.
Yeah, we've seen that already, where they're trying to up the ante. And Roddy Juman, who was a real master at bowling that line outside the off stump, the one ball he came into the stump to the off stump, he got driven. Timber! Durant, still not sure what happened there, but what I could tell him is that the stumps have been removed.
He got the length right, didn't he?
Yeah, he has been bowling a full length, and this time he came at the stump. Timber, one of the prettiest sights in cricket, is to see the stump cartwheeling going.
Not if you're a batsman.
It might have just brushed the pad as well.
Yeah, wasn't quite as full as I thought. I mean, he was up there, and he didn't get forward to it. Look, he plays that from the crease. He opens himself up. Actually, mind you, would have missed it and it'd been LBW anyway. But
so he goes for one. It is 15 for 2. And the new batsman is Justin Juman. So we have Roddy Juman bowling, and Justin Juman is the batsman.
I mean, it is a reasonably common name, isn't it, Juman? So probably not related.
Actually, it's Treek Richards who's wearing the number 10 tonight. He was the one that they had the issue with.
All right. Okay.
But I think Justin Juman was originally down to wear number 10. But he is not starting, so they've given the number to Richards.
Ooh.
And immediately he is off the mark, wasting no time at all. Picks up a boundary.
You drop it short, you put it in there, it's going to get up. Any batsman that's got that shot in his armour is going to say thank you very much. It's not sitting up there, it's still, getting up, but he took full advantage of it.
And what a way to get off the mark too. It's like he didn't need a sighter. See ball, hit ball.
Yeah, swivel pull for 4. You announce your arrival.
Let's see if Juman could tighten up here. Already with a wicket. Again, he's trying, but that was touching down outside leg stump. Similar delivery to the one that got him the wicket. It actually brushed the pad on the way to the stump. This time it hit quite a bit of Richards' pad.
Yeah.
Pitching on the pad for outside leg stump.
Worth a shout. You're excited. It's early. You've got a wicket already. Not surprised that he had a shout for that. But as you said, Ruskin going down leg.
Okay, not afraid to pitch up the ball. That's a great shot. That's going to run away for 4. And again, Richards, back-to-back boundaries for him there.
Shot of the innings so far. Let's look at this. Really leans into it. Beautiful swing of the bat. And again, we're just seeing a nice roll of the ball. No bumping and slowing up. Good value for a nice looking shot.
Rashawn Guevara there at that backward point position never really had a chance at it. It flew past him in a hurry.
Second boundary.
Again, trying to force that one a little bit shorter, probably a little bit quicker as well from Juman.
He rehearses the shot.
Isn't it amazing that they rehearse a totally different shot?
And it's a different shot. I was just going to say, and it's a different shot. Maybe that's the one that you wanted.
It happens every time, but that's not the shot you just played. So maybe they're rehearsing the shot they would like to play. And he's bowled them 2 in the over. Richards, after a brief but enjoyable stay, he goes for 8. Bowled neck and crop by Juman. 23 for 3 now.
Well, it was all aggression, wasn't it, from the minute that he came in. The first shot was an aggressive shot. And every shot after that suggested that he was looking for the boundary.
And he rehearses the shot.
Yeah, and then
It's the one that got him out. he decided, so Juman has picked up 2 quick wickets.
So as an incoming batsman here, well, let's have a look at the delivery first of all. Yeah, just keep it up there. They've been brave. There have been a couple of short balls, but to be honest, they've been brave to put the ball up there and allow the MULATRESSE batsman to play big shots, and they've had a few mistakes. Stumps have been rattled at least on 2 occasions.
So 23 for 3 after 4. So 23 for 3.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up on, then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB,
So again, 23 for 3. We're starting over number 5. And it certainly is going to be very interesting here to see how they do. Sylvan Cummings is the man picking up the attack, taking over from Fornilia. And again, right up.
Hit into the pad. Could have gone anywhere after that. Few dots to start. But there's going to have to be a period of rebuilding here.
Yeah, you
Can't continue to lose wickets at this rate.
Especially in the power play. You don't want to, you've already lost 3 in your power play. And umpire, almost like the Hulk, like David Banner, stretches out.
So for me, I'm not playing anything that's outside wide. I'm not even looking at it. Get disciplined. Force them now to come back into the zone that you want to hit in, because you've got time. 3 down. Tighten up now.
And that's a good shot. Well played. And again, brilliant effort. That goes for a KFC maximum. Again, the bowlers are pitching up, so the batsmen are almost always encouraged to drive. This time he got under it, and it went up, and away. Almost as straight as it can be, just in front of the side screen.
This is live. We're not recording it. And my take on this is, if they're going to pitch it up and put it in your zone, that's the time that you're going to look to hit. Don't chase anything. Let them bowl it in your zone and you put it right there for hitting.
Yeah, there's a stifled appeal. Cummings just trying to go across this one. A little bit there, Das, after a nice straight hit for a 6. Opted to go across the line slightly. Failed to make contact. Cummings with some taking over from Fanilia, who didn't bowl badly in his first over, cost him 4 runs. The second one also cost him 4. And they're going to have to hurry here. This could be interesting, and not a bad effort.
No, it was good effort, you're right.
They eventually got the single, but again, he had to put on the what do you call the afterburners. Yep. You know,
yes.
Just to get a little extra boost to make it home, and he did. So the Police Credit Union, BOURG MULATRESSE. That's not bad. That's very well bowled.
It's got a nice angle for the left armour going across the right-hander. Tempting.
Yeah, but that's the line he wants to bowl because he's leaving the right-hander. And 2 things. So it's the end of the over, and at the end of it, 31 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, it's really deceptive when you see that delivery from the left hand. As a right-hander, it leaves the hand and you think this is leg stump. And then as it comes close, it's middle stump. Then it goes off stump. And by the time it gets there, it's outside off stump, and you're still chasing it because you've got that first view. And if you start to even wider, you end up chasing 4th or 5th stump.
And a lot of times when you try to play a ball like that, you're probably seeing one line, as you said, but by the time you try to make on, it's at a different line, a completely different line. So you have to accommodate that movement as well.
The lucky thing is at this level, you probably haven't got bowlers to really test them.
And just not able to put that one away, kind of caught in between shots there.
And by testing them, I mean, if we go back to the left-hander, then what you would be looking at is one who starts slightly wider of the crease, closer to the stumps, maybe a different a point of delivery. All of those things you get with very, very high quality bowlers, so unlikely to get that here.
And another short ball, can't take advantage though. Hit it, but not off the middle of the bat. Last night we saw, was it Walls? Changed about 3 bats because when he started his innings, he just couldn't find the middle of the bat. And now he's asking for it's a no ball actually for height. Well, so let's see if he could cash in here. This is going to be a free hit. And it's up in the air. The catch is taken. Can he run him out? If he again, they have to get the ball to the wicketkeeper, or the wicketkeeper has to get up there because that ball was right in line with the stumps. And if he was able to just get that into the wicketkeeper's glove, that could have been wicket number 4.
I can't remember who I saw recently celebrating the catch on a no ball, one of the fielders, it was CPL I think, and he'd forgotten that it was a no ball. He gave a big celebration and threw the ball up and they ran.
And again, that one kept down, it was dying actually, and close enough to another no ball, but it was just this one ended below waist height by the time it got to the batsman. I think if you're a baseball pitcher, you call that a sinker ball. Or a curve ball.
Sinker, I think. Yeah, sinker.
And it dies on you. It's like the bottom falls out of the ball. So Juman with 2 wickets in his previous over, looking for a third. And that one is peeling off the edge, but it's going to go for 4. From the moment it passes that in the ring, it's very difficult to catch up with it. So a welcome boundary here for the BOURG MULATRESSE outfit. Again, you could see him pitching up, and it's noticeable how many full deliveries or well pitched up deliveries that these bowlers are prepared to bowl. And even though they concede runs at times, they've had some success with it also. And that's another sweet drive. Bit of a misfield, but I don't think they're keen on trying to cash in on that. So they'll settle for just the 1 run. 39 now for 3. So we're in over number 6 here. So this will end the power play. Just the 1 legal delivery left, and I don't think Shannon would be too disappointed with that at all, to restrict them. And very well bowled, well played in the end, as that brings the over to an end, and at the end of over number 6, 39 for 3 at the end of 6.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with
3, as you can see, the lights are in full effect here, and fans supporting the various teams. And,
You mentioned baseball, and I thought that lady in the crowd there was giving, the baseball signal,
signal,
little yeah.
signal to run. Here's some of the fans. That's well played. Didn't really get it the way he wanted to. He might get a second run, but again, they just seem a little casual. And the 2 fielders couldn't make up their minds as to whose ball that was. And in the end, the batsmen couldn't make up their mind whether they wanted 1 or 2. They settled on 1 in the end. And whereas last night we saw some aggressive running, especially in the second half, where they just didn't allow the opponents to lapse at all. And we also saw a driver get stunned when the ball struck his vehicle. Driving by. And again, almost an identical position. And again, they just strolled the first one when they could have really aggressively put pressure on the fielders. But they seem happy with 1.
There's a second from the previous ball, I think, was on. That one may have been a little bit tighter, but if you go quickly and you've got 2 good runners, then a second is there.
This time it's aerial, but it's going to fall safely over the head of that extra cover fielder. And this time they're comfortably back for 2. So they're warming to the scenario. And that's the thing, because the fielder out in the deep cannot really throw the ball very well, very powerfully. So he almost have to bowl it in, kind of Courtney Walsh scenario. And
Mind you, he wasn't a bad bowler though, was he?
Yep. The most stylish tail-ender in Test cricket history.
Yes, his leave is
the leave
legendary.
alone, yep. It's as good as a cover drive from Brian Lara. Again, too wide. Started wide, kept going wide.
Just showing that the right amount of discipline here, Das. Force them into this area. He's got to bowl that again, and you pick up the one. So it may not go on your score, but it goes on the team score, and I think that's the important thing. Just push them into your hitting area.
Let's see how Cummings can tighten up here. If he goes back to that leg stump line. Big swing and a miss again. And every so often he's able to produce one of those really outstanding deliveries. Didn't get a wicket this time. But see, through the kitchen sink of that one.
His eyes lit up when he saw that. He probably got the commentary. Put it in my zone. I'm going to hit it.
And again going across the line this time. Seemed like I was caught in two minds because he almost played it, almost like tried to play it back because it rushed him, and he went right across the line of that one. So he's having his problems here with Cummings.
And then he didn't go through with the shot. You know, it's on leg stump or chest on your pads. That's meat and drink. And I don't know, he just didn't go through with a shot.
This time he cracks it square for 4. That's a brilliant shot. The man at point has no chance. And the sweeper on the boundary just as well. And 4 good looking runs there to end the over. Cummings paying the price.
No argument with that one. This is a beautiful shot. Really leans into that. And as we've said, the second day here, you keep it on the ground, put anything behind it, that's going to race off to the boundary. Lovely looking shot.
So 7 overs completed. It's 48 for 3 at this time. So they're ticking along a little bit better now. But those 3 wickets are looming large right now. In fact, it might very well inform the way they approach this middle passage here.
It's down to Das, isn't it, to be honest? He's in, his eyes in. He's scored a good few runs now. He's faced enough balls. And another 2, 3, 4 overs of Das on the charge, and they'll set themselves up for a good score. And as you said earlier, it's the wickets that they've got to be careful of. You don't want to be batting down and getting 8, 9, 10 in. You need to have at least one of the top order batsmen, well that's Das, 26 off 23, and then middle or lower middle order batters who can hit out as well. You can lose those later down the order when they come in and they chip in with 12 or 15 off a few balls.
So we have a change in bowling at the moment as these fans, I don't know if they're paying much attention, the Davis family, probably just catching up with the news. There was a horrific incident today involving a police officer.
I didn't hear that.
Yep, and speculation he might have actually took his own life. They're not sure. First delivery there from Craig, Ikwe Craig. Rushing on to, it's a tall spinner. Again, very quick arm action, and I think the batsman, you can still see Aparicio trying to bring that big swing, but by the time he picks the bat up, the ball is almost through him.
That's how we had a shot of our stadium announcer, not the lady in the background. There was one in the foreground with a blue cricket type shirt on. I have to find out her name.
a no ball. So Craig, as a spinner, committing a cardinal sin there to bowl a no ball, and they're able to pick up 2, and they get a free hit as well. So clearly a real cardinal sin there, because he was just, I suppose he walked up to the crease, dipped his hand in the dirt, but he probably forgot his marker. And after every ball, they have to dry off everything. Here he is again, almost overstepping yet again. So he has to be very careful, because he's really cutting that front crease there. He's going very close to it. And that's not bad. That's not a bad delivery. Pitched up outside the off stump. You look at him again, and might just have had a little something behind the line there.
Generous, Ruskin, very generous.
And there he goes again with another no ball. Well, so he has to be careful with that. And it's just a question. So another free hit. So it's not going well for him. And this is, as they say, unpardonable.
He also got away with one, to be honest. So he's bowled 2 that have been called, and 1 that I think he got away with.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to, as a spinner, he doesn't need to go that close to the crease. He's almost like a foot ahead of where he wants to be. And even there, he's tight and close again, and another misfield that is just gifting them a run when none should have been had there. So 53 for 3 now. And obviously Nigel Benjamin. And again, very well played, but good protection out behind square. I've seen time and again teams bowling leg spinners, and they don't have a backward square. And I've always said that is a cardinal sin. Just as overstepping by a spinner, to take the chance to bowl a leg spinner and not give him the protection behind square.
Yeah, these 2 of your men, aren't they?
Yeah, asking for trouble.
Get hit.
Yep. And another no ball. So this is 3 in the over. And I'm not even sure if he's even worried about it, because he's not adjusted his run. And well, maybe now he's probably going to mark it over. No, he still doesn't. He just takes off and just wrongs his arm and bowls. So it's just as if he's unperturbed by his stride patterns.
And again.
He keeps cutting that crease very, very close to no balls. But the over finally comes to an end, and at the end of 8, 56 for 3.
No. This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Oh.
Crunch. Whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency.
So as we welcome you back here, we have, well, we were just talking about Davis, so I suppose they heard us, and here he is.
Let's see what the young man has got to offer up. I'll have to ask him what 45 is. Hopefully it's not his highest score. 45 is the number of wickets that he's taken in a series or something. That'd be better, wouldn't it? I'm just going to give us a little bit of wrist spin, is it? What does Joshua Davis do?
Fatima College standout, and no doubt a former youth team star, and trying to see if he can bowl his team here to a victory tonight. But he's up against Mark Aparicio first up.
All right, nothing there. There shouldn't have been.
Should not have been, but we've seen this a couple of times now, where the ball isn't fielded cleanly, and what should have been no run somehow ends up being at least one. So 27 to Das, who's on strike now. Aparicio is on 7 with that single. Just a little delay here as they try to. Davis wants his team very meticulous about his field placing.
Yes, I think those two things go together really well. Davis and meticulous. You can read into that what you want.
Yeah, well, if you know the Davis family, and you think of Charlie and Brian, that's fairly understandable. Charles Davis, Charlie Davis as he's popularly known, and of course Brian Davis, former West Indies player, both of them actually. So the family is really good. So here's Das now. I played against an Umriga Das from Sawa United, and this one again, the wicketkeeper, I'm not sure where the ball is going after that brilliant catch that he took earlier. This is rather disappointing, I would imagine. He himself must be thinking, why it is I can't just gather these balls. Got off to such a brilliant start with that catch. And again, and he's bowled him. A big swing, and he's bowled. So Davis gets the breakthrough, and Das goes for 27.
Oh, good change from the skipper. Bringing Davis on, and he not only gets the wicket of a well-set batsman, but they took how many runs off it? Was it 3 off the over?
We pulled it on, played it on. Bit turn as well. And that is probably what was different to some of the others. This one turned. So 59 for 4. And that's a big loss there for the BOURG MULATRESSE outfit.
Yeah, they needed him to go on. He'd, used up a good number of balls. He was ahead of balls faced to runs scored, so he was in the plus column, just about. But, I was saying another 3 or 4 overs of him, and then they would be setting up a really good score. But at 59 for 4 now, and with, who is it? Aparicio only having scored 8 off 12 balls faced, and he's got a brand new man at the crease. This is going to be a tricky period here.
So 59 for 4 after 9 overs, so this is crucial. And that's another one hit nicely. That's gone. Another KFC maximum. And you could see umpire Candice Laborde making the signal. And we also say congratulations again to Candice Laborde. She's on the ICC contingent going off to the Women's World Cup. And so I'm sure she will be very thrilled about that development as one of the premier female umpires in the region.
Well, she had an opportunity to signal 6 here instead of no balls, which had been flavour in the previous over that she stood in.
And again, getting good movement down there, and that's gone for 4 as well. So 10 off 2. And not the kind of fielding that he was expecting out there. Sean Guevara out in the deep out there. Had a lot of time to get around and then just seemed to get his whole body in a tangle there and not able, he slipped. You could see his footing, losing his footing there, and then the ball trickled along the ropes.
There are very few places on the outfield that you would say are a bit tricky to field in. That was one of them, and I think they had the heavy roller out there for some reason, I don't know, and it maybe just left a kind of a gouge almost out there. But the rest of it's played beautifully.
And Craig stopping himself there, but he looked like he was primed to deliver a big no ball there. And that must be very disconcerting because he now has to worry about where he's placing his feet. And there is the no ball once again. So he really is, that's something the captain is going to have to take a look at, because you really cannot afford to have a spinner delivering that many no balls in quick succession like that, especially in a limited overs game. So another no ball and another free hit. And there is umpire Candice Laborde. Big things ahead for her. And that's the free hit. I'm not able to really cash in, but they take a single and live to fight another day. So Aparicio now takes center stage. He's on 19.
Shame that Davis has to do long on when he's bowling from the other end. I might have moved him, put him at third man. He won't have that far to go.
Certainly is, but I'm very worried about Craig and the overstepping bit, because that could kill momentum.
He's gone again.
And there it goes again. Even if the catch is taken, well, it's not taken, but luckily for him, and it would not have counted. But it's it's almost hard to believe that he cannot adjust his foot placement in his run-up. It's not a long run-up, and it certainly is. He doesn't have a big delivery stride. In fact, when you look at it, both feet are almost in the crease. So it means he probably just needs to land closer to the stump, and because he doesn't really stretch out like some fast bowlers do, he just steps forward. Look at where the back foot is planted. And this time it's going, and it's dropped again. And not only is it dropped, it goes for 4. So I think the umpire is asking whether it did go for 4. It looked like it hit the ropes, but I didn't see a signal from her. So they might just settle for 2. There it goes. It goes rolling. Ooh. Yeah, it did hit the rope. And it just settled there. But
this 2's gone up.
So 2, yeah. So 77 for 4. And that's another great shot. So they'll take another single. So we're in over number 10. We have 1 delivery left in the 10th over. We're at the halfway stage of the innings. Remember, Shannon won the toss and opted to field first, and they've done a good job so far. 78 for 4 at the halfway stage. And with a little bit of luck, they might have had more. And again, could have been an easy single there, but it just seemed reluctant to pick that single. End of the over. 10. We're at the halfway stage. The players are going to get a breather. We too will take a breather. So after 10, and after they were put into bat, by Shannon, BOURG MULATRESSE, a 78 for 4.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Had some refreshments, and I'm sure they'll be happy about that. But now they get back to the serious business here of trying to navigate their way through the next 10 overs. What the halfway stage, and Sheldon, I don't know how you feel, but I would imagine both teams would be happy with where they are, especially when you consider that at one stage, BOURG MULATRESSE with 23 for 3.
Not quite the pyrotechnics that we had last night, is it? But still, it's reasonable. You would think that from 78, you've got 4 wickets down into the second half of the game. Maybe the next 3, 4, 5 overs, you just want to make sure that you don't lose those wickets, so you've got them in hand at the back end, and then you can really go for the 5 and have a big thrash at the end. 78 for 4.
So Mark Aparicio, 24. And Davis continues had a wicket off the last ball of his first over.
And then only went for 3 as well, I think. Well, it says 2, but there was a
but there was a bye.
Yeah, one
a couple
bye.
of byes, yeah.
Put that on someone else's.
Yep.
He's gone for 3 now, however.
But he's up against Karen Barbosa. Thought about a single there, but good anticipation, and that's sometimes all you have to do as a fielding team is react to the shot.
And then he's got his men where he wanted them. He was quite particular in placing them, and now he's bowling to that field, so good job so far.
Again, in a limited overs game, though, you would like to believe that is a single, because the fielder isn't really attacking the ball. He's waiting for it to come to him, and you could just drop it and run.
Non-striker's got to be quicker.
Yep. And he's bowled him as well. So there goes Barbosa, bowled for 1, and it's 79 for 5 now.
The pressure begins to build up, doesn't it? You've hit it a couple of times. It's gone to a man. You've hit it and you could have taken a single, and now you're thinking, I've got to score some runs here. You just try to force it. Now what's happened is the very thing that we said they shouldn't do, is to lose wickets.
And the thing about it is he's getting some turn. So he started to play well away from his body, and then when it turned, he hit across it, which is really like a delayed reaction to the ball. And look at how the bat ended. The face of the bat ended up facing somewhere over mid-wicket. But he was nowhere near the ball to play that shot, and lost his wicket in the end. So a good bit of bowling there from young Davis.
2 for 3. They're getting their money's worth out of him tonight. He's looked very tidy and disciplined. And the reason I say disciplined is we haven't had a wide, we haven't had a no ball, obviously. So, and we just had that one bye. He's got everything put together. It's a nice little package here, and he hasn't travelled at all. No one's got hold of him.
So Kevin Holder makes his way out into the middle, and you could see Aparicio probably telling him, you
want to watch this kid.
Yep. And not only that, let's bat for the next 5 overs.
Yeah,
or so.
Got time. Take your time.
Take what you get. Don't go hunting big runs right away. But then we could say that, and then he deposits one in the road.
If it's in the zone, got to put it away.
And this time they get this single, and that's what we've been calling for all along. You push it and you run. And had they done that, who knows? They might have avoided losing that wicket, because it was part of the kind of the frustration of playing the ball twice and not able to get a run, when we felt there might have been a single, if not on both occasions, certainly on one of them, and then the next ball, he got out. There's again Aparicio trying to really bludgeon that one through the offside, but the end of the over, and 11 gone now. It's 80 for 5.
Davis has done another good job there. 4 off his 2 overs and 2 wickets as well. And to go back to your thing about that nice quick single that they took there, had they taken their quick singles, they could have been on 86 by now. And it looks completely different. You're only 4 off 90 there. And once you get into the 90s, you've got 5 wickets standing. You want to look at 140, 150, 160 maybe.
Did you get a glimpse of the wagon wheel of Aparicio there?
I didn't, actually.
There is nothing on the onside. All his shots are on the offside. It's almost like there is no onside field for him. And so maybe that might change.
Well, he faced 20 deliveries. You'd have thought that he would have put something into the onside. Depends who he's faced. and whether they've been clever enough. I mean, if he's faced Davis for most of it, then Davis is not going to give him an opportunity to go over there. He's been very disciplined. Maybe some of the other bowlers he would have knocked him out.
Calvin John picks up the attack now, and that's a wide delivery, but well, you can't have it both ways, you know, so Candice.
She's had a look and thought, nah.
And John again just causing a little bit of a problem there. Batsman trying to get after him, probably don't let him settle, get into any rhythm. And that's well played. But even then, just trying to sweep it. The full length delivery swept it well in the end.
I like the approach from fielders to the ball as opposed to just waiting for it to come there. I know there's only one there, but it's nice to get used to closing it down and telling the batsman there's no run there. Or not a two, sorry.
Well, here's another quick single, and once again they're able to pinch a quick single, something they were hesitant to do prior to the fall of the last wicket. Now we've had two quick singles taken.
Yeah, Aparicio 26 off 21, just ahead of runs to balls faced.
John again pitching right up and really going for a big swing there, Holder. And certainly Candice Laborde not too enthused. Might be pitching just outside leg. Again, not able to stop the ball clean. He took a lot of the sting out of it, but that also gives them enough time to go back for a second run.
Yeah, there was a little bit of ball watching originally from Holder, and Aparicio was almost on top of him for the first run.
So that ends the over. 84 for 5 after 12.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
When you want to get here at GMMB, love.
So Davis continues. And again, a bit of sloppy fielding there. There's no way that that was a single, or that they should have been able to get the single there. The ball had no pace on it. There was no real intent to run by the batsman. And for some reason, they just can't pick up the ball clean. And he's not the only one. We've seen this now 4 or 5 times. So one more to the score. Takes it down to 85 now. And that must be very disappointing for Davis. And follows him, and this is even better. The return is a quick one, and but I think that is more like it, because you at least you're seeing the intent there to get to the ball and to release the ball quickly there from Waylon George, the captain.
That one stung Davis when he stopped it.
Yeah, he was standing in front of the stump.
He was in front,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah, get out the way. And that one just trickled back, almost back onto the stump. Luckily for him, the little back spin on it took it past the stump.
really put that up there with a slightly flatter, a little bit more pace in it.
Yeah, he drove it into his ankle, probably. Those
27
hurt.
now of 23.
Good, sensible cricket. Again, if you're not going to get a boundary, at least try and get a single.
3 off the over. 2 balls left. He's I don't want to spoil it by saying he's really keeping a lid on things, but you bowl 3 overs in a T20, and you've only gone for 7. Well, he's got 2 balls left in this, but really doing well here.
2 wickets as well. Edged past the slip, and that is going to run very close to the boundary. It might have the legs to get there, and did it? It might. Well, I'm not even sure if he knows whether it hit the ropes or not, and it's going to be left up to him to determine that.
Yes.
But it looked very, very close. Now he himself may not be sure if it actually hit the ropes. He was dipping, and if you look at it again, he was right there. Did he get down in time? Well,
No,
he was
he
actually
touched the
touching
rope.
the rope, so that should be 4 runs. And but it.
He won't know. You're quite right. Isn't that the skipper?
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
chasing
Wayland
after
George.
it, and
He's cut his hand, I think. Or something, maybe a wrist. Yeah. Gonna have to put some ice on that. Good effort.
so we have the reserve fielder Alonso is on. Abraham Alonso subbing for his captain. So now Davis, can he complete this over here now? And here is another big hee-hoo, and a single in the end, but again some hesitation as to whether or not they could have taken a run on that occasion, but the over comes to an end, and at the end of it 90 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, you'd be happy if you were the bowler with those figures, wouldn't you? 2 for 10 off 3. Really keeping things nice and tight there. And the MULATRESSE batsmen are going to have to go after someone, because 90 is not going to cut it.
Advantage to Shannon. They have 2 extra fielders out there. Looking very splendid. Let me again say congratulations to Winston Sobers and the entire executive of the North Zone. And of course, aided and supported by sponsors KFC, JMMB, Cairns Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, and Lions, the Lions brand. And of course, our productions by 360 Cricket. So it's going to be Kelvin John who's going to continue. Another quick delivery, certainly wheeling that arm over. And there you go. That's more like it.
Yeah, someone tucking into something nice.
Once again, not able to take advantage. Now, that's a delivery that is right up to him. But it just seems almost like he's in 2 minds if he should really unload or if he should just keep it out. Right now, he's just managing to keep him out. And that's brilliant. That's an excellent shot. That's 4 runs. Gorgeous timing.
Just goes to illustrate the pace of the outfield, because there is a man at deep cover, and that went to the extra cover boundary. Couldn't cut it off.
Yeah, but that's a monster shot. That's a top draw shot. It just flew off the bat. And only one person was moving, and he was really moving just to retrieve the ball. Everybody else just kind of stood and watched.
It was very quick.
Trying to change it up here now, going the other side of the field, of the wicket. Looking to just paddle it behind square. If he'd done that, he would have gotten at least one, possibly more. And again, pitching it right up in that sweet spot there and almost daring the batsman to have a go.
Well, he gets a good piece of it all along the ground, so no chance of being caught. But as we said, and as we have been saying, along the ground to the men in the deep, it really is one. It gets there so quickly.
So John again with another quick delivery to end the over. 14 completed now. 95 for 5 is the latest score.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
They say, you know, come on, get on with it. You've been out there for 25 balls. The minute that you get ahead of balls faced with runs scored, you're in the game. And because he's been out there for 25 balls, you could say now 2 big hits. Just think about it. If he put another 12 runs on that score, you'd say he's in the driving seat. So this is going to be key. He can't afford to lose his wicket now. He spent all of his time getting in there. Here's Davis.
Well, he also has to understand this is Davis's last over. And 2 for 10 so far from his 3. So they have to make a decision here. And here's another good delivery again, trying to cut a ball that is turning back into him. You're asking for trouble there, and that one didn't miss by much.
Aparicio is probably glad that he spent most of Davis's 4 overs at the other end watching.
But this is dangerous though, because I just have a feeling Holder is going to go after him. And he's going to be asking for trouble. He has to hurry here. And not a bad effort at all. In fact, brilliant effort from Davis. And now had he hit, who knows? Aparicio might have been in some problems there as well.
Well, he's down at this end now to face Davis. I'd have fancied Holder, to be honest, you know, having a swing and maybe getting lucky and put him around. Aparicio, I think, may try to play him off. As you said, it's his last over. Get him out the equation. Take him out the equation. Don't lose your wicket, and see who else they've got. Who's going to come after Davis?
And now you could get a couple here, but again, they just seem so content with the early single. They're not trying to put pressure on the fielders.
Yeah, he had to come from a long way. So if they ran as quickly as he did, he may not have been to the ball by the time they were touching down, which meant then that he would still have to pick up and throw. So that should have been at least pressuring the fielder for a second.
Just let them know you're thinking about it. Yeah, but this is the matchup I think Davis would like though, because he feels that Holder is probably going to have a swing, and even though he may only have 3 deliveries left in his spell, Holder doesn't seem to mind. There he goes, and it's a big one. It's gone, another KFC maximum.
Yeah, first time that he's put something nice, floated it up there outside the off stump, hitting zone for him. It's the first poor delivery actually.
That's well played, but that's a shot he'd been trying to play for some time now, but he sort of gets himself into a tangle. Previously, this time it was wide enough outside the off stump, so it gave him swinging room so he could reach for it and hit it straight over his head.
24 deliveries, one bad ball.
And there's another peach of a delivery, a quicker one that went right through him. And as I said, I just feel this is the matchup that Davis likes. Even though he was hit for a 6 there, I think he probably feel he could pick another pepper here, even with this last ball, because I just feel Holder is just committed to doing something rash.
Look at the feet were like lead. Didn't move at all. Last ball.
Yeah, that's right up to him. Got away with that one there, Davis. You'd have to say, luckily, didn't really put it away as he would have. He finishes with 2 for 19 from his 4. It's 104 for 5 after 15.
Yeah, really good spell from Joshua Davis. Not even going for just under 5 and over, and it was the 2 wickets as well that he picked up that will really put the shine on that. The team overall now can look at that. They've taken 4 overs out of the game and given up 20 runs. It's a nice position for them to be in. They need to find someone who can follow that at the back end, or at least help to restrict the BOURG MULATRESSE team from pressing on here. 104 for 5 after 15.
It is you look at the scorecard there. Dasmi 27, Mohammed 3, Durant 1, Richards 8, and Barbosa 1. They are the men out. And these two, 29 and 21 respectively, I put it to you on Holder.
Right, so this is it now. It's the charge about to take place.
And good sensible cricket here. Everybody was expecting a big hit from him.
So you can do that because you've got 2 set batsmen. So even if they take a 1-1-1-1, sooner or later with this level, you're going to get a ball to hit this. Despite the fact that Davis bowled well, he gave up 2 deliveries. Those are the ones that you want to take advantage of.
Again, good contact. And another very comfortable single just ticking over. So now Holder is back in focus here. And you want to believe he is going to want to really have a go. I'm not sure, they're not happy that Davis has finished his spell. And that's very well played. That too can run very close to the boundary. In fact, it's going to get there now. So 4 good-looking runs to Holder. Minimal risk taking there. And gets a boundary.
Yeah, this is now beginning to shape like a contest. You've got to get up to 160. I mean, you've only got, what, 4 point whatever overs left, 4.3. So the foot has to hit the pedal here. Holder and Aparicio well set.
And this time John is a little bit quicker. In fact, when he got punished, those were short balls he had bowled, too much width outside the off stump. And now can he regain that slightly fuller length, or that hard length that he bowled earlier? Again, a big swing and a miss there from Holder. Holder, there's almost like there's no middle ground with Holder. He's going to go, and he's going to go hard.
Problem now is that every time you fail to hit a maximum or a boundary, your chances of putting up that big score begin to disappear.
And this time he just gets the bat down in time. And they're going for a second run. It's not there. And everyone is asking for a review, but there is none to be had. It's the end of the over. 111 now after 16.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Big overs, 15, 16, 18 or 20, that would push you up there. If they can get to 10, all right, 10 and over would be great. In the last 4, that'll get you up to the 150 mark. Anything under that, I think they're going to struggle. But we do have to see how the Shannon Sports batters cope with it.
Yeah, these two have added 20 invaluable runs here now. And this man has been at the center of that.
Is that the partnership? 20?
It seems like it's a little bit more.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, it was 79 for feeling, 5.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more than that. Oh. Actually, it's double that, really think about it.
I thought so. It just felt as though they've scored the bulk of the runs and been out there for quite a long time. But they now really...
It's like 32 runs now they've added.
They have to go for it.
Yeah, but we're on Nelson now, so should we jump?
Well, I've got my feet off the ground.
Yeah. And Fornelia is back. This one goes straight up. And a simple catch, but he's dropped it. He took his time, and the ball just seemed to get away from him. And he just never got his legs under the ball, and then another overthrow or possible overthrow, and really he took his time, settled under the ball, and then he just seemed to pick up the wrong line. The ball was back behind him, and he couldn't hold it in. Big chance goes there.
Yeah, had plenty of height on, and I think he thought, okay, this is coming down, this is the line.
Yeah, that's Juman.
And it was still just travelling a little bit.
Yeah, he would be disappointed with that because it looks so easy. But I've always said, when you're playing in the light, under lights, every ball that goes up in the air, there are no easy catches.
No, you're right.
Strange things happen under lights. And there's a field for a catch at the wicket, and he's gone. Aparicio finally has to go. He goes for 30. Fornelia makes the breakthrough. It's 112 now for 6.
Well, he had to take the chance. I've been saying that. Both of them have to go for it. There are still a few wickets there. Wide. Didn't get a foot across there. Just, again, the footwork was lacking. Needed to get across to get closer to it. In the end, the only thing that was thrown at it was the bat. But you've got a couple of bodies still to go, and hopefully there will be some kind of connection from them. Useful little knock in the end.
So Orlando Toppin is the new batsman.
2 big hits from Aparicio would have made all the difference. It's a reasonable knock. However, 2 big hits would have made that. I mean, it could be match winning in the end, 12 runs. And that would make all the difference. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to get it up and over the boundary often enough.
And you know, we were talking, now, had they been running quick singles, even if he didn't get those 2 big hits, they probably could have gotten another 10, 12 runs by putting pressure on the fielding team. So that was another way. It could have
got them
different.
Another way,
yep.
Yeah. And
that might be a wide. It should be a wide. And And it is in fact signaled as a wide, and they got the run as well. So Fanillier, 2 for 6, or 2 for 8 rather. No.
I think they've done the right thing to keep Fanillier to bowl out, because he's got he can come back and bowl another. So who will do one at the other end? Well, that's up to them. But he looks as though he's got a bit of pace about him.
Yeah. Well, that's a good shot. Might only net him one, but with John lurking out in the deep, and they'll be happy to take the one. So there is the lady of the moment. Of course, you'll be seeing her on the world stage. Not that she isn't on the world stage here, but it wouldn't be originating from Diego Martin. Now, I'm not quite sure what happened there. He seemed as if he was going to stop twice during his run-up, almost like he was baiting the batsman. And then the batsman did pull away. Watch, look at it here. He stopped here like he wasn't going to bowl again. Then he took off again. And then at the very last moment, he looked like he was going to stop. And then he went ahead and delivered. Look at the batsman. He never moved. It would be very interesting, had that hit the stump, what the umpire's response would have been. Because he had that big smile on his face. Because he almost got the batsman to commit a real sin. Because the umpire would have had no choice but to give him out. And here's another one delivered from a good meter behind the stumps. And so really he's pulling out all the stops here for Fanillier. He bowled that one almost in line with the umpire.
Yeah, a good bit of variety from Fanillier. Keep the batsman on his toes.
And this one is nicely pedaled around. Just didn't try to hit it too hard. And once you make contact, the man at fine leg is really at a deep backward square. And that one went much finer. And helping himself to a nice boundary. So 33 now to Holder. He continues to press on here.
Yes, it's up to Holder now to see the innings out. Hopefully Toppin can get in there when he gets his chance and have a few lusty blows. 120 for 6.
So they've now put in that short fine leg right where that ball passed. And he said, okay, this time I'll hit it in the air. And he's headed for a boundary.
Well, she likes it for 4. We'll have a better look with the replay.
So very well played by him. Really just
4. Yeah,
maneuvering the field, trying to get the bowlers to bowl where he wants him to bowl. And it's 124 for 6 now after 17.
Yes, we can do our additions. How many are you going to get off the next 3 overs or 18 balls, whichever way you want to count it? They won't be far off the 150, will they?
Well, they could still get there, but again, Holder will probably have to connect on a couple of big ones, and I think Toppin is probably just going to have to give him as much of the strike as possible. So there is the flagman enjoying himself there from the Shannon Sports Club.
You kind of think that they're going to do better than a runner ball, which would be 18. You can add that to the score. And if they do better than a runner ball, then they'll get up to the 150. But they have not had an over of 16, 18, 20. That's what you really need. Big overs.
Yeah, that hasn't been forthcoming for them. I was just looking at the young man on the skates there. Some of us can't walk good, and he's skating all over the place. Right up in the block hole, there's an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. So Juman is back. Juman again pitching up. So Reggie Juman in his final over. 2 for 23 so far. It's bowled really well. And make that a couple more. And that's more like it put pressure on the... that was a close one. That one looked like it was clipping middle and leg stumps. But from the angle, could also have been drifting down the leg side according to the umpire. So Holder is the man of the moment now. It's up to him. Kenny Butch, they should be pushing for 2 here. If they hurry,
it's going to be harder.
Yeah, but again, but I'm not sure if they really put pressure on the fielding team, even if they get the return in, if the wicketkeeper is probably going to be able to hold on to the ball when it comes into him, because he assumes these peculiar positions, and just his receipt of the ball isn't convincing sometimes.
Holder is 40 off 30. That's the kind of balance that you want. Good plus.
And again, once you get it past, that's going to be a wide. And you tack on 2 more to the score. So this is where they have to be concentrated as a fielding team, Shannon. They don't want to give away easy runs now. It means those are runs you're going to have to score when you bat. So you want to be able to just to keep things as tight as possible and not give away anything. Here's another brilliant ball, but it's carved away. Thick outside edge. But they all count right now. It doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come. A good healthy edge. You know, there's no third man, or at least no third man on the boundary. There was a short third man. And but you're really flirting with danger there if he's going to pitch up like that. Now they've decided they're going to put the third man back on the fence. Stewart, Shimaki Stewart is out there now. So Juman with 2 legal deliveries left in this spell. And that one is hit hard right back at him, but that's playing with fire there. And there you could see the disappointment there, but that would have been a tough catch. It was hit hard.
It really was in the throes of the follow through.
Never got his hands to it. It kind of passed between his hands, but it hit him above the wrist, almost on the forearm. So he never got it in the palm of the hands. Again, he's pitching up, and once again, they're just digging it out. So not a bad spell in the end. 2 for 33 to end his 4 overs. 135 for 6 after 18.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. and let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
So 135 for 6, and these are the lights here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. In full effect here now. Players getting a good view of proceedings out there. And you know, when you play under lights, your eyes kind of adjust to the lighting. And even though you might see from a spectator standpoint, you might see some dark spots on the ground, but the players, when they're out there, your eyes kind of adjust to the lights. And certainly you have to kind of figure out how you're going to shade from the stanchions, the bank of lights, especially when the ball goes up in the air, how you kind of give yourself a chance to find the ball and all of that. It's not easy. For Nelia now, he's going to try to end on a high, 2 for 18 so far.
Holder is 45 off 33. Again, a couple of big hits. Would be over 50. There's a good chance for a 50 hit for Holder.
And this one is going over the head of the third man, and that's 2 is going to run down to the boundary, so he's 1 away from a half century. Kind of an unusual shot. He finished up with 1 hand on the bat.
I'll take it though. Thick. Yeah, over the man who's in, over the head of the man who's in there.
Yeah, that third man just at the edge of the 30-yard line. So once you get it over his head, you're in business. Now they've decided they're going to bring the fine leg or the deep square leg in and push that third man back. And he's decided he's going to go around the wicket. So he's going to go across the right-hander.
49 off 34. Good return from Holder.
And that's clobbered. That's his 50 though. And 50 from 35 deliveries.
Yeah, he's ridden his luck on a couple of occasions, but it won't say that in the scorebook. You'll just add up the number of runs that he's scored, the balls he's faced, how many boundaries. He's done well.
And here's another bit of misfield in there. Still, he can't get his balance, and they're going to take advantage of that and go back for the second run. So good running. This is something they weren't doing earlier. And but now when you get down to the death, they realize, hey, we have to get a move on. And look at the initial stop or partial stop. And then they were able to go back for the second run.
Is that Waylon George again? He's been in the wars, hasn't he? The ball has followed him around.
And again, another bit of a mishit there. Didn't really get the impact that he wanted topping. But he'll take the single. He goes to 5. And the man of the moment, Holder, is back on strike. So Kevin Holder, can he get his team into the 160s, possibly 170s? Again, going quickly. Trying to take a ball from outside the off stump to hit it through the onside. And it was way out in front.
Yeah, he's got a right to celebrate. He's really put in the bulk of the runs, kept them in the game. See if he can finish now.
This one goes high in the air. Doesn't have the legs to clear the fence. Can he take the catch? No. And this has happened time and again. And the batsmen keep running. And the fielders just seem so relaxed. It's almost like it doesn't matter to Nigel Benjamin. It's the end of the over. And another drop catch. And once again, I'm not sure if Cornelia is happy about that. So 145 for 6 now at the end of that over. So he ends up with 2 for 28 for Cornelia.
Yeah, well, they're looking at 150, even if they did run a ball. But I keep thinking, where is that? Well, they've only got 1 over to go. Where is that big over, 15 or 16, 17, 18 runs going to come from?
Well, it's going to be interesting here now because John, the leg spinner, is the one who is tasked with ending this innings for Shannon.
Maybe they could have timed it for Nillier and Davis to be closing out the over. A little less pace on the ball from one end and then really pacey from the other. You know, put the batsman in two minds with what to do. You keep changing it up.
This is going to be interesting because John has not been as consistent with his line and his length. He's bowled a few short balls. And again, if Holder can tee off here, this could very well be the big over, or it could be the over that he picks up a wicket or two early on. But you know they're going to go after him. Kelvin John trying to get the field right. 145 for 6 with 1 over to go. And there he goes, and that's a massive hit. That's going. What a catch, but he takes it over. Did he release it? Might have just released it in time. And if had he held on to it, his momentum would have taken him over the fence. But he did the smart thing. He might have just released it as he was falling and saved 2 runs. Look at it. It goes high in the air. And
well, we can't ask the cameraman to do that. Was at his toes? I don't think he's got that angle.
Is it a no ball? Well.
Oh, from fielders outside
the circle,
the 30-yard circle, yeah.
So they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And this one has just come in. He's just come in. That was the one that was out. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's the 6th then? Or 5?
And again, he's swinging for the fences here now. There's no tomorrow. So go. Now, I would probably put Davis in the outfield. And especially as a boundary rider here, because I feel he might be able to get to the ball quickly and release it quickly. So Tuppin, who's on 6. And that's well played. That's gone. And certainly just one bounce over the deep square leg. So we see the BOURG MULATRESSE flag flying here now. They push past the 150 mark, 152 now. And this was always going to be the sort of the downside to bowling John at this stage. Is he does put a lot of pace on the ball, so the batsmen just have to swing and make some kind of contact. And again, but very well fielded. And then they sort of eyeball each other. As if to say, throw it now. So Toppin on 10 from 7. Holders on 53. He's anxious to get back on strike. And he's gone again. This one is a good KFC maximum. Big hit. And he holds the pose.
Yeah, that was a gimme, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it was always going to be difficult because he does keep pace on the ball. He doesn't flight it. He just kind of wheels the arm over. And all you have to do is make some kind of contact and you're in the money. And they are loving it. Quickly goes to 16 now, Orlando Toppin.
158 for 6. That 160 mark that we were talking about, that they were viewing way down when we were about, 10 overs, the halfway point. We said they want to get up to 160. They're just 2 runs off that with 2 balls to come.
So 12 of the overs so far. And another quick delivery, but this one is lined outside the off stump. So can he finish up here with another dot ball? Ironically, Holder is a spectator at the non-striker's end, but he won't mind. And here's another one that goes, and he drops it. It goes for 6. Well, another KFC maximum. He was right there on the fence. All he had to do is haul it in, but he couldn't. It just burst through his hands, and it fell over the rope, and it went for 6. And again, that is the skipper out there, George, Waylon George. And they would end on 164 for 6.
Well, we'll have to see whether that is going to challenge Shannon Sports. 160, I think they'll be happy with. They would have batted anyway. And then we'll have a chance to look at some of the highlights. I'll leave you with Ruskin Markey. Likes to do that.
So this was early on when they were just about starting their innings, trying to build something to write home about. Juman had his problems, but then he also had this moment of brilliance here. And again, Davis coming into the attack, and he picked 2 quick peppers to put pressure on the BOURG MULATRESSE team. The boys from Lower Santa Cruz lost 3 early wickets, and they were slipped to 23 for 3. But then things started to happen here with Aparicio finding the range before Davis struck again. Barbosa going for 1. And this one just jumps away, and they were enjoying themselves. Aparicio, and this man was really feasting here, Kevin Holder. And that was a spectacular shot. He really just gave himself a little bit of room and stroked it nicely. Rode his luck at times, and another one of those occasions when he should have been out. Aparicio eventually departed for a very well played 30. And then at the death here, Toppin and Holder came together, and they were able to put back the ball quite nicely down the stretch. This is Toppin. He got to 22 not out. Holder was on 33 at the non-striker's end, but he saw his teammate teeing off quite nicely in the end to give the innings a great momentum at the death. So 164 for 6 after 20 overs. It means that Shannon, after they won the toss, inserted BOURG MULATRESSE. They now have to get 165 for a victory. We'll get to their innings when we come back.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source. The team members, let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch, whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble a pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source. The team members, let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch, whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Welcome back to the Diggle Martin Sporting Complex, where we're getting ready for the second half of tonight's encounter between the PCU BOURG MULATRESSE CCC and, of course, the PC Capital Shannon Sports Club. News, of course, is BOURG MULATRESSE, after they were put into bat, meandered their way to 164 for 6. And, of course, punctuated by a brilliant unbeaten 53 from Kevin Holder, 22 not out from Orlando Toppin, but prior to that 30 from Mark Aparicio, and 27 at the top from skipper Aaron Das. Now it's up to them to try and see if they could overhaul that. So here we go now as they try. Shannon Sports need 165 for a victory, and no doubt, Sheldon, this is going to take some getting, but if they get a partnerships, as we saw last night, if they can build around partnerships, who knows, they may be able to negotiate this quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, the 160 mark, I think, had to happen. If they'd failed to get up there, okay, maybe 150 as well. At least that was a target. There was something to go for. I don't think we're seeing the same kind of firepower tonight that we saw last night. We had some really big hitters. We've yet to see the, Shannon Sports, who they've got up there and just how they manage the replay. But I think 160. 165. Okay, let's see how this goes based on what we've seen with the ball and with the field. We just don't know how. I don't know personally the lineup, but it will be interesting to see whether they can chase down this 165 is what they need to win.
So the skipper is out there. Waylon George Joyo, and so he's going to try to take things in his own hands earlier, and Rishon Guevara is also there with him.
And this is what he asked for. It was Waylon George who wanted to bat second.
So this is really where it is now. So he's gotten what he wanted. In fact, as you said, both captains probably got what they were hoping for.
Yeah, because Das said he wanted to have a bat first, so he got it.
And he batted first, got to 164. Now can Joyo and company do a similar thing and overhaul this? And a nice gentle him, Halal, Benny Halal. Really a nice gentle medium pace right now. And that's close. In fact, it looked very, very close indeed, but Candice Laborde is not happy, says not out, and then she explains to them why she didn't give it.
Quite animated, isn't she, really?
That one kept a little bit lower, again a full length. And on the back foot, that was very close indeed. This time he goes. Well. Benny Halal with the early breakthrough there. And it's a crucial wicket, that of the captain, Waylon George Joyo. And what a delivery here. Just a gentle medium pace, but he put it down in front of him. He was trying to force it, and he hit it straight back into the lap of the bowler. So without a run on the board, and he just helped it back to the bowler.
Gratefully received.
Yep. Gift wrapped, as they say. What a start, or what an inauspicious start this is.
Well, there's a punch of the hand on the way out from one of the BOURG MULATRESSE fielders, welcoming the Shannon Sports number 3,
Joshua Davis,
out to the middle. Yeah, he's taking guard now. He's got some of his family sitting in the stands, dad and mum and sister watching on, possibly others further afield.
Are you saying he has a big family?
Well, there
big support base.
There are a few out there who might be interested. This is his first delivery.
And he's right on top of it, and immediately he is off the mark. Again, as a youth cricketer, he obviously would have faced situations like these before, where you're batting at number 3, but you're batting in the first over.
Yes, you're in early.
So Rishon Guevara just taking his guard. But clean shaven. But this is a good over when you consider the lack of pace from Halal.
Yeah, opening bats are much more accustomed to facing a bit of pace to begin with. End of the over.
Yep, big play and a miss there. So 1 for 1 at the end of over number 1. 1-1-1. Remember, once again, the target is 165 for a victory. That seems a long way away right now after they lost that early wicket of their captain. And the BOURG MULATRESSE flag is flying high.
Practicing for Carnival already. Or maybe practicing for the Tobago Carnival.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're just practicing.
Just practicing. They come with the rhythm.
Davies is going to be on strike. There was the one single in the over.
So it's going to be Orlando Toppin who is going to pick up the attack. And Guevara probably just had to have a quick change of bat or something.
No, he's
moving his helmet.
He's one of those who likes to bat facing spin with a cap.
So that's a good shot, but there is protection out in the deep. And they could make these runs very difficult to get, especially if they're to field good, field well. We saw quite a number of lapses in the field when Shannon were in the field when they were bowling. They dropped a couple of catches. They gave ones when there should not have been any. They gave two for misfielding. And having said that, I don't even think that BOURG MULATRESSE really pressed them a lot. And this could be another single. They'll take one. And Davis, of course, anxious to go back for a second, but then better sense prevailed.
Yes, it would have needed Guevara to run the first one very quickly. And at the time that he hit it, it didn't look as though, I mean, you don't know if there's going to be a misfield, but...
And Davis again climbs into that one, but again, he was thinking two possibly. And again, you just get the impression that this BOURG MULATRESSE team, they're going to fight, they're going to scrap for everything in the field. They're not going to give away too many easy runs. And that's again good shot, but almost as if he's bowling to his field. And he knows that there's protection out there, and he is utilizing it. So four singles so far in this over. Toppin will try that run up again. Probably wasn't happy with something. That's a good shot. This one is in the gap, and that's 4 runs from Davis. He was trying to on-drive it and then found that it was dipping on him, but he played it well in the end. That's the end of over number 2, 9 for 1 after 2.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are.
And Holder is a happy man. had a good knock, put his team in a good position, and now they're trying to see if they could defend that 164 for 6. So Halal, the wicket taker. And for a moment they thought of a single. And there is the difference. These fielders are attacking the ball. Unlike what we saw from Shannon Sports in the field, the BOURG MULATRESSE players are committed to attacking the ball. And that's a good shot. A little bit of football skills there. Well, they do play football in BOURG MULATRESSE. In fact, it's probably better known as a football in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I've often heard them say BOURG's got a good team.
They also had a big league, a minor league. A lot of players, a lot of national players played there. I played there a couple of times myself. A good friend of mine, Michael Watson, who also played cricket, by the way, for BOURG MULATRESSE. Also played football there as well. And Davis looks assured as ever.
He's already more than a runner ball without having flexed his muscle. Just the one pull shot past square for 4.
Guevara allowing that one to go through. He had the bat up, and well, it took a while, but it eventually signaled as a wide. But Candace didn't look like she was going to signal wide, so the batsman kind of, I suppose she saw his face, saw the look on his face.
Yeah, it's funny because she signals it twice, and the first time, if we're looking side on, you won't see it. It's when she turns. Nice shot.
Yeah, clipped away nicely for a couple. Yeah, won't get to the boundary. In fact, didn't have the legs to get there. So Halal puts his hand on his hip there, wondering what has gone wrong.
You bowl it on his pads, he tucks it away, and they took 2. Nothing wrong with that.
Yep, you know. And at that pace, you really cannot afford to stray in line and in length.
Mm.
Okay, and again, good fielding. Hit powerfully, but straight to the fielder.
My eyes lit up when I saw that one.
The loop.
Yeah, I thought, oh, here we go.
But he was trying to hit it on the ground. He didn't try to go aerial with it. Probably got too much on top of it. Again, good field placing there. Can't take the single from it. So that ends the over. 15 for 1 now after 3.
There's a big shout of no when he tucked that ball round there. So no chance of a mishap. Just want to make sure early on. I think they're doing the right thing here. Knock it around. You know what the target is. Get set. Get yourself in. And then you can start to open up.
And just for observation, they were 15 for 1 as well. Shannon when they batted. Or rather, BOURG MULATRESSE when they batted. So both teams level pegging here. They've lost an early wicket. And after a little bit of a sedate start, no real fireworks just yet. Maybe that is to come. Could come by way of runs or by wickets. I'm really impressed with the way they committed to their fielding of BOURG MULATRESSE. They're going to make this 164. If Shannon should get it, it's going to take some effort for them to get it. Just get the impression BOURG MULATRESSE, they're just down for they're up for the fight. Well, there he goes. That's a long hit. And what a way to relieve the pressure. A KFC maximum from Joshua Davis. Nothing he played before suggested that he was going to play a shot like that.
Well, we were talking about, you know, putting it in the hitting zone. So we know that he's got this sweep over deep mid wicket in the armoury there. So don't put it there. You've already seen it disappear.
And to the point where it disappeared, is like they cannot retrieve the ball just yet. And the fielder is trying desperately to get it back. Or maybe it went out in the road. That's probably what happened.
And there's someone in the truck there, so they're asking them if they can, please sir, can I have my ball back? A little bit like last night when we had one into the road. Then we had one on the flat roof as well, that's behind the straight boundary, behind the sight screen. Luckily we haven't had any go down at this end, because they're not coming back and no one's going over there to get them, because there are 3 or 4 dogs in one of the yards there that I think you might not want to mess around with. Anyway, we should have the ball back shortly and then we'll get back underway. No doubt this conversation that's taking place at the moment is about where we should have our men for this pair.
I'm wondering if they actually retrieved the ball at all, or if they're still looking for.
No, they've got it now.
The ball. Yeah. Well, actually, they've changed the ball. Look like the umpires have gotten a replacement ball.
Nice looking shot, you know, down on one knee, a big sweep out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Even if they'd had a man out there, it was going to clear him easily.
So
really
it looks
good
like
swing.
It looks like the person just found the ball. So they were still searching for the ball.
It was in their front yard where that car is. Over the fence. Another one out of the ground. Okay, Candice Laborde is going to have a look at the ball that's been returned. And said, yeah, okay, we can use that again.
So the umpires just keeping tabs on the ball, so maybe they might go with the one that the third umpire brought out.
Well, that slight frame of Davis managed to generate quite a bit of power, because it's only the big fellas like Sween yesterday, Dexter Sween and Dijon Charles. I mean, those are considerably bigger hitters. They put the ball out of the ground. Well, little Joshua Davis has joined that group.
He's more timing than power. And this time, a much quicker delivery from Toppin. Learned his lesson, put one up, and promptly saw it dispatched. So he decided, not again. And Davis again is going at him quickly, and the good bit of fielding there. That one was traveling quickly at mid-on. And but he was able to knock it down. Didn't stop it cleanly, but you could see him feeling the sting from that one. Delaney Hines.
Yeah.
So a good bit of fielding. Like I said, I just have this funny feeling that they're gonna scrape and scrap for everything. And that's a wide once. It pitches out. You know, I know that the ICC have made an adjustment to the wide rule in the sense that it's almost like if they're giving batters or bowlers a little bit of leeway outside that leg stump. This one is over the head of the man at point, and that's going to scream to the boundary for 4. Not much that they could do about it. The man covering there, Richards, at deep point, trying to come around, but you need a little bit of Usain Bolt to catch up to that one. It's the end of the over. 4 completed. It's 26 for 1.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
I wonder what Mum said to be sitting on her own.
Well, she's more in tune.
Yeah.
I
need to be closer to the action.
She doesn't want anybody disturbing her concentration.
Well, we were talking about the Davis family, and
Gregory.
3 members of them. Yeah. Mrs., Miss, and Mr. Ooh.
And there he goes again. That's a big hit. That's gone. Another KFC maximum. The second from Joshua Davis.
Yeah, that went 5 rows back, didn't it? That was a big hit.
Again, it's that lack of pace from Halal, allowing Davis to get under it. And they just hoiked it out of the ground.
Well, we've seen some nice touches. Tapped it around in the inner part and then hit it out in the deep. And now we've seen some big hitting. 2 particularly big hits. One was actually out the ground. 21 off 12. Davis now. 32 for 1.
And that's another exquisite shot and a good bit of fielding out there. But they will complete 2. So Halal, who had that brilliant first over, starting to leak some runs now.
Score has gone on to 34 for 1. Davies is on 23 off 13. That's the kind of return you want. They're at 9 off 10 deliveries.
And that's a good shot. But again, a bit of misfielding here. He seemed to have it covered, and then somehow the ball eluded him. I don't think it was that difficult to stop. You know, he puts his hand up all apologetically to say, I know I should have done better. And, but certainly the ball was straight at him. He didn't have to really move that much. Seemed to have it, and then he didn't. And Halal again pitching up.
So you're okay with that kind of single if the batsman at the other end is aware of it, up to it, goes quickly, it's got to get to the fielder, they've got to pick it up, they've got to throw it in there. So 3 things have got to happen there. And if you're quick enough, you should be able to beat the fielder.
That's another big hit. That's gone. 1 bounce for 4. Another solid blow there from a nice beefy hit from Davis. And just missing out on a maximum there by a meter or so, or less than a meter.
It's a nice looking shot as well. I mean, of course, you want your ball going to the boundary. That's all well and good, or over the boundary, but you want to keep your shape. That was a well hit.
28 to his name now. And almost as if he was resigned to the fact that he was going to play this one defensively. He remains on 28, 10 to Guevara. It's 5 overs gone. It's 40 for 1.
Where were we at the 5 over mark for the
31 for
Book
3.
MULATRESSE. Yeah. It didn't look as good, did it? 31 for 3. It was rocky, and they still came out with 164 this time round. Just a one wicket down and 30 odd.
I think Davis is pleading for somebody to bring some water for him, but it's taken them a while to recognize what his needs were. So we're going to have another slight delay. Shannon still pretty much in the game here. But they have to be so careful. BOURG MULATRESSE, I'm sure, will be hoping that if they could pick up a few wickets, then they could stem this run flow.
They're on course here, aren't they? I mean, 40 off 5. Let's say, they double. That's 80 off 10. And double that. That's the 160. So they're on course, and they haven't had those really big overs that we're talking about. Again, I've just come back to, you get 2 big overs, 15 and over, 16 and over. Changes the game completely.
So Kieran Barbosa is picking up the attack now. Didn't get many, just got 1 run with the bat. I'm sure he would like to make amends with the ball. And he might get a wicket here, first ball, and it's taken. Well.
Is that Mohammed who took the catch?
Yeah, Rashid Mohammed. Guevara goes for 10, trying to really pound that one through the onside. Skied a simple catch. And Rashid Mohammed took the catch, so that is the end of Guevara for 10. And Barbosa.
Well, you said that Barbosa might feel better if he could do something with the ball. Mohammed will feel a little bit better because he didn't do a great deal with the bat. But he's taken a fairly straightforward catch there. But you've got to catch them. And there were so many put down during the BOURG MULATRESSE innings that they'll be glad to be doing a bit better in the field. 40 for 2 now. Who have we got coming to the middle?
Ikwe Craig. Yeah, they're really going to need. They're going to need these players to really get something going here. I'm not sure Ikwe Craig walked out there, but then immediately, almost like he had to change or to get his helmet. I think that's what it was. He walked out there with a cap.
I don't know. I've got something about the cap and helmet swapping, and you've got Davis on 28 off 17 balls. He's hit the ball to several parts of the ground, and he hasn't once, apart from having the drink, he hasn't taken off his helmet once.
And I just feel some people are just uncomfortable with the helmet, so they tend to swap it as often as they possibly can. But the thing is, there is a safety element to it, so you're probably better off keeping it on.
Imran Jan has got a nasty cut over his right eyelid, which he got when he top-edged a spinner because he'd taken his helmet off.
I think back to Phil Simmons when he got hit in the head and his life was under serious threat. There was touch and go for a while.
Yeah. Safety first.
Yep. So Craig finally settles
with his helmet.
And there's a stifled appeal because he was again trying to turn it on the onside. They thought for a moment of going for a second run there. a leg by in the end, but almost cost him his wicket there. He just seemed to turn the face of the bat too soon.
Craig would have been running to the danger end if they'd gone for a second. Davis was up for it because he knew he was going to go to the far end. He was going to beat any throw, but I think Craig may have been in trouble, so they decided against it.
And Davis looks to be in very good nick at the moment. He's already shown his ability to hit the ball and hit it cleanly.
He's well organised, you know, nothing flashy. What he does well.
Now this time they're going to get the single, and no alarms there.
Yeah, the first one was hit direct to him, so there's no single there. The second one was to his right, not that far, but he had to run there, pick up, and then throw. Nice single.
Well, that was Anthony Durant doing the business out there. Again, another one who didn't do well with the bat.
Oh dear.
And this one is going to have to hurry again, but Davis is very alert. He left early and he got there with loads of time to spare.
Comfortably in the end. These are the singles that you were talking about. You could have been chasing another 12, to be honest, if they'd run the singles like this. Shannon Sports are happy that they didn't. Makes that target much more manageable. 165 is the target.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And Davis again is throwing the bat at that one, got it away from the man at backward square, and he falls down, and they're going to come back for a third run. So he just seemed to lose his balance just as he was about to bend down to pick up the ball. And this was the wicket first ball of the over from Barbosa.
Aparicio that was, I think, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So 6 overs completed. And really, look at it now. He was trying to get there. Now, this is the soggy part of the field. Look at how he slips and goes sliding twice. And eventually had to settle himself. Returns it 46 for 2 after 6.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
46 for 2, and a quick comparison here, 39 for 3, so the power play is up. So we enter that second power play here, that middle session. The critical period here. We have a new bowler as well coming into the attack. And is it Aparicio who is going to pick up the attack now? Mark Aparicio. Oh, he batted well for his 30. And that one is hit into straight down the throat there of the man in the deep. He didn't have to move for it. First ball, Joshua Davis goes for 32, and it's a well-judged catch in the end from Richards. Trick Richards takes the catch.
Yeah, he gets a lot of it, but not as much as he would have liked. And in the previous game, that was almost on that boundary. The boundary marker is there from a previous game, but you needed another 8 meters, I think.
So 46 for 3 now.
He's put his team in a good position here because he scored the runs quickly.
Yeah, but he would be bitterly disappointed. And he didn't really get under it. I suppose he didn't really intend for it to go that far.
He wanted it to go further.
Well, either that or die somewhere in the mid area, and even if it got intercepted before getting to the boundary, he would have settled for that. But that one, like, he just got enough of it.
It was a tap, wasn't it? A little tap, and hopefully there wasn't a man out there. But as you said, it went straight to him. Didn't have to move left or right, and didn't even have to move forward. 46 for 3. Davis having gone for what was he out for?
32.
32. All right, so he's helped himself to 32 runs. He's put his team up there, but now there are 3 wickets down. 46 for 3. New batsman at the crease as well. Aparicio picked up a wicket with his very first ball.
And they're thinking for a moment here of another quick single. But of course, with Davis back in the pavilion now, that's another area that they're going to have to work on again. Davis was keen to take those quick singles. Not all the batsmen are so inclined. So as a batsman out there, you have to be aware of who your teammate is and what his tendencies are. So Aparicio with a wicket, 30 with the bat and a wicket early, first ball. Life's great. And that one trying to come down for it, but certainly was going down leg.
Yeah, that was an onside shout. Everyone on the onside shouted for the LBW. Which was a little bit of a giggle because it's the worst place to be when you want to make a decision. Yeah.
So Nigel Benjamin. Has come in and almost signal that he's not prepared to take any risk at all.
Aparicio's in danger of bowling a wicket maiden here if they're not careful.
And they thought about it for a moment, and it is a wicket maiden by Aparicio there. So Mark Aparicio with a wicket maiden to start here. And at the end of over number 7, it's 46 for 3.
I'd have gone for the single there. No, I'm not being disparaging to Mark, but he's of a particular vintage, and I'd have backed myself to be able to get up to the other end before he could get there, pick up and throw. Take that. It was a quick one, but I'd have gone for it.
It certainly it is. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors: KFC, JMMB, Cairns Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, and Lions for making it possible for us to bring you the images from this North Zone T20 Festival 2025, live here from the Dingo Martin Sporting Complex, and of course production by Cricket 360. Of course, Police Credit Union, sponsors of BOURG MULATRESSE, and of course PC Control, the sponsors for Shannon Sports. So the flag is flying for the BOURG MULATRESSE team. So that's something that you and I don't have to do at all.
I knew the hair issue would come up at some stage.
Yep. It's just something that I've never done, really. This should be a quick single, and it is, in fact, a quick single. Good anticipation again.
Hommett, who it was, swooped in to pick that up.
I think you're using the word swooped guardedly there.
He's, we'll give it to him. Swooped in from extra cover. You'll take
in
that.
The broadest sense of the word.
He's going to take that clip and use it.
And again, Benjamin not able to really get himself going here. And this is something else that they cannot afford to do. When Benjamin gets on strike, he cannot just soak up deliveries and not get any kind of run production from his end. And he was trying there, but not able to get it away. And that's more like it. Since that's the most aggressive shot that he's played since he has arrived at the crease. Everything has been defensive.
One of our cameramen who's perched up on one of the scaffoldings at either end. Doing a good job.
Still not able to get the ball away. And so he has to be careful here. You don't want to get himself stuck in a rut here.
He gave us that really nice shot of the moon last night. We had a lovely full moon, and it was Dimitri at the far end who gave us that shot.
And again, another big swing, but that ball was quite outside the leg stump.
Is it Holder who is the
wicketkeeper? Yeah.
He came up with a belated shout for what? What on earth could he be shouting for? He'd moved to his left, and then he just joined in this kind of a shout that was going on.
So now a chance here quickly for them. Barbosa. Can he get another scalp here? Got a wicket early.
Another one with one hand off the bat.
They can't get it into the gaps right now. Hitting it hard, Ikwe Craig. Yeah, but this is the period where they, especially after the fall of that third wicket, it's almost like they instinctively have decided to go cold a little bit. And it's almost like they could barely get the ball off the square at the moment. As another over comes to an end, another quick over. They're bowled by Barbosa, and the over didn't take up all that much time, but more importantly, just 49 for the loss of 3 wickets.
That's a way of changing the tempo of the game as well. You have spinners at both ends. All of a sudden the overs are going really quickly.
Yeah, but they're not conceding runs, and that helps because you just had a maiden wicket, the one before, and we had 3 runs from this previous over.
And then if you've got another useful spinner keeping it tight at the other end, all of a sudden 4 overs have gone.
And you've only added 10 runs. And like I said, it puts pressure now on Craig to do the bulk of the scoring because Benjamin coming like almost as if he's dropped anchor and hasn't been able to get the ball away. And again, it's like an iron ball. Big effort from Benjamin, and the ball trickles back to the bowler.
How many did he go for in his previous over? We'll get the graphic up there and
But
you'll
that
see.
was a maiden wicket.
Oh, he bowled the...
Yeah, he got a wicket in the first
wicket
ball.
maiden.
Yep. That's well played. But again, there is cover out there. And the return is a good one. It's a good early pick up and release. And when you're feeling out in the deep, that's precisely what the captain wants. Once you get the ball in your hands, release it quickly. Could cause all kind of indecision between the two batsmen who are running. So the game really going through a phase here right now, almost like if it's waiting to explode. Will it explode with runs or will it explode with wickets? That's the unknown at the moment. This man will be hoping that it wickets. You could pick up one or two quick wickets, and it just seems as if, I don't know, they're slowing the game down. This is like the third occasion where Craig has removed the helmet, removed the glove, and he just hasn't, they haven't really been able to get going since the fall of Davis's wicket. And well, they say stop the ball, and he did that well enough, although it's not in the prescribed manual.
There's no way that I'm doing that.
He just seemed to, the ball seemed to beat him, and it hit him rather than him stopping it. But he only conceded one run. And the ball, this one's gone. It's going to go close to the boundary. In fact, it gets there now. Now he was swinging to leg, and it ended up down to third man. But they all count.
Not quite.
The question is height, though. Was it above waist height?
I think they've decided not.
So Durant, happy how things have gone so far. They've kept Shannon relatively quiet since the removal of Davis. And he's bowled him. So Aparicio has done it again. He was just struck for four, but Benjamin never really settled. So again, 55 for 4 now. He hit right across the line of that one and paid the ultimate price. So Kevin John is out there now.
55 for 4, 9 overs. Where were we at the halfway point at 10? Wasn't it 80?
78.
Of 78. So they are behind the run rate, wickets falling. I don't want to give a complete wrap because we've got that kind of wrap to do at 10 overs. Let's see where we are at the end of the next over. There's still one more ball in this over from Aparicio. He's having a party, isn't he?
Well, 30 runs and 2 quick wickets. I think he will take that every time. And I would imagine the folks out there in BOURG, MULATRESSE, Lower Santa Cruz must be jumping for joy at the moment. All those folks up there in that BOURG MULATRESSE area where they like to celebrate.
Is that near Santa Cruz or?
Lower Santa Cruz,
Yeah.
really, just above the quasi there. That ends the over. So 9 overs completed, and it's 56. Is it for 4 at the end of 9 overs?
I was going to talk about the game being well balanced, but I genuinely feel that this is in favour of BOURG MULATRESSE, to be honest. They've taken some wickets and they've got rid of what looks like the most dangerous batter on the Shannon Sports side. All right, they had to give up 30 odd in a short space of time, but they've gotten rid of him, and no one else has seemed to suggest that kind of quality, that kind of firepower. So if they can keep them quiet and pick away at the wickets, I think this is going to prove extremely difficult for Shannon Sports to chase this down. 55 for 4. Rashid Mohammed looks as though he's going to roll his arm over. He was one who didn't have the best of times with the bat. He has taken a catch already, so at least he'll feel a bit better about that. Let's see how he gets on with the ball.
So again, like I said, the game is just sort of meandering right now, and we've just had a little delay there for the batsmen to remove their helmets and replace them with their caps. But I don't think Candice Laborde is happy about the stop-start nature of this innings. They haven't really been able to get a flow because they've had quite a few stoppages, and we've had batsmen removing their helmets and their gloves 2, 3, 4 times. It all takes time. And look at how long Rashid Mohammed was ready to bowl, and he still hasn't been able to bowl his first delivery just yet. When he does, it's nicely played away.
He's got a similar bowling style to one of his batting shots. I don't know if you remember, he had that bent knee kind of attempted pull. Have a look at this.
Remember, he bowled that last over, and he was quick, and I was making the point that because he doesn't vary much, all you have to do is swing, and they were feasting on him in that final over. Went for a few. She seems very intent here. Shannon needs somebody to take control, but that's not going to hurt one bit. They will live with that every time. Still need another 108 runs. And that's a good hit. There's nobody in that gap there. That's going screaming towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket. That's an excellent shot.
Yeah, he got hold of that. As you say, went right between the two fielders. There's a man at
square leg.
Deep square leg. And then, well, we could call it. Now he's moving around to deep mid-wicket, but I think he was further around at kind of wide long on.
There is a long on and a long off as well.
Yeah, they're both quite straight, aren't they? That's good protection for a hit down the ground.
And again, he's decided he's really going to have a dip here They think for a moment of a second run.
Good, that's your protection.
Yep.
You can take the one.
And good backing up in the field as well to avoid that overthrow. Durant was trying to get there, but in the end it was the wicketkeeper who quite smartly ensured that it didn't go past. They might get a second here. They're going to have to run quickly. Yes, he does. And still trying to get there. That's good cricket all round. And but 2 all the same. So maybe now they realize, look, this is time to get a move on. And so they may target Rashid Mohammed. See if they can feast off of him. They still need 100 from 59 balls. So they have some work to do here, no? 65 for 4. So they're exactly 100 behind. And this one is in the air, but on this occasion it doesn't carry. And that's kind of like what Davis would have been hoping for, that it would drop short. Instead it went all the way. See, at the end of the over, and at the end of over number 10, 66 for 4 it is after 10. And that's the latest here at the Diego Martin Recreation Ground.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank. Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. and we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
As we get ready for the second half of this innings, 10 overs completed and 66 for 4. And by a quick comparison, there was 78 for 4 at the same stage, BOURG MULATRESSE. So they've done very well keeping tabs on the run flow by Shannon. And now these last 10 overs going to take some getting here, Rooks, because I don't see BOURG MULATRESSE kind of releasing the stranglehold that they have in this game.
The only hope I think that Shannon Sports have got is that the bowling in this part, 10 to 15 or 10 to 16, is going to be conducive to big overs, big scores.
Aparicio continues, and they go quickly for the first run. They're going to have to run for the second. That's a good return, and the throw from the wicketkeeper was not a good one, and but again you could just see Kelvin John not able to keep up with the speed at which Craig was running there. Craig would have been easily going back for that 4th run, but I don't think John was up to that, and he decided 3 was enough. And so they've settled for the 3 runs. Aparicio over pitching on that occasion. And again, right there in the zone, but you could see Benjamin, or rather John, just almost like in 2 minds, because that was a ranked half volley just outside the off stump. And he was looking to just pat it. When in fact, he should have given it the full treatment.
And the only problem with that is even if you'd made contact, there's a man waiting in that area. You'd have had to have done that really fine to get past him.
And that's more like it. That's brilliantly done for 4. What a shot for a man who just played a defensive shot that he didn't look like he was comfortable playing it. Rocks back and hammers this one through mid-wicket for 4.
The ball's still going, by the way. It went through the gates, out through into the car park at the side. They've just returned it. Just you had to go outside to get it.
Yeah, that was a bullet of a shot. When it left the bat, it just sped across the turf. So it just shows you that there is that potential there to really take the bowling by the scruff of the neck.
Well, they're going to have to. I mean, even at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and over, they're going to find it difficult.
9.86 is the required. And that will help. And but they still don't go for the single. And so it's just those little miscues, so to speak, because that was a single. Even the initial shot looked like it was going to be a single because the fielder again having to go to his right, Durant, and took a while to get there, and even when he got there he bobbled the ball and they still didn't run. Let's see if John, who's on 10 now, he's going again, and that's another big hit for a KFC maximum over cow corner. I'm trying to remember where my car is parked.
He does get hold of this, and he's a big fella, isn't he? So he's strong. And again, it's out into that car park.
Well, we stuck a car, got hit out in the road. This one got hit in the car park. So no matter where you park, you're in danger.
Yeah, well, I am lucky to have parked immediately behind here because there's a big. You get it over this stadium, you'll be doing
It's going to
really
have to
well.
go high and then drop straight down.
And I mean, it could. I mean, there's some big hitters here. That was a good hit.
So 79 for 4 now. So is this the period when they're going to move on here? And Aparicio just straying in his line here now. That should be an easy wide. They're going back for the second run, and they're going to get it too. So all of a sudden, they've just found a way. And in fact, it looked like he got a touch onto that one. Took it away from the keeper.
Was that 15 off the over?
So at the end of it, it goes to 81 now for 4.
So another big over. 15, 16.
15 runs from that over.
And then the situation changes. It doesn't take a lot to turn things around, but you need 2 of them. You need 2 big overs, and you can make a change. We've had 1. This one went for 15. Let's see where we're going with the next.
So a big 11th over for them. That brings them right back in the thick of things. When you consider it was 80 for 5 after 11 when BOURG MULATRESSE batted, and with that 1 big over, it's now 81 for 4. And here we go again, because in order to take over this guard, he's had to remove his gloves. They
Take his helmet off.
Well, they took the helmet, they just removed the helmets as well. And so now he's going to have to get the gloves back on.
I blame Shimron Hetmeyer for this.
Well, actually, I think the umpires could really encourage them to be a little more purposeful out there, because it's really and well, he came down the wicket, then went back, and luckily he just got back in his crease. So again, it's just the lack of pace there from Mohammed. He started to come, and then realized he wasn't going to get to the pitch of it. Decided to jump back in his crease. So Mohammed very close to wicket number 5 there. This time they will get the single. So just one by one, and but somebody, I really feel somebody has to really play a real blinder here, just to make life easy at the back end, because you don't want to leave it too tight, even though they're finding ways. And this is close indeed, and he's out. The finger, that dreaded finger is coming up, and John goes for 18. So Mohammed gets the breakthrough. And that was the delivery before.
He may have a slightly unusual action, but it's effective at the moment. He's taken a catch. He's now taken a wicket.
So 82 for 5 here. And again, another little twist. Yeah, I don't think he'd have too many arguments about that one.
Yeah, he liked it. He was right in front. What have we got coming now? Just
Is it Fornellier is the new batsman?
yeah, he bowled well, didn't he?
He ended up with 2 wickets, 2 for 28.
Let's see what he can do with the bat now.
So Ronaldo Fornellier is out there.
Well, he won't have long to settle in. He's got to get going very quickly.
Good first ball to get his attention. So Fornellier is probably going to say, okay, I played that one. Maybe time to go to work now. Like you said, he cannot just soak up deliveries without getting runs on the board. That's the name of the game right now for them. And they're going to go for the single and they'll get it too. I don't think there was any doubt about it, although Fornellier seemed a little hesitant to run.
Good over from Mohammed. 2 off it and the wicket. Pressure really beginning to tell now on Shannon Sports.
Yeah, they really need somebody to dig them out of a deep hole here. That will help. Again, as a fielding team and as a bowler, you don't want to relieve the pressure at all. You want to keep the pressure on. You don't want to take your foot off the gas, especially if you're taking wickets and you're keeping the batsmen quiet. Make them do the running, do the chasing. Again, another good delivery, similar to the one before that ended up in a single as well. So that completes the over. And at the end of it, 85 for 5 after 12.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Well, there's your moon. Not as full as the one last night.
Yeah, so it's probably the same cameraman. Another nice shot, doing a good job.
Looks like something from the Michael Jackson Thriller video.
Yes. 85 for 5. Just over 10 and over now. Can't afford to let it go any higher than that. Becomes really difficult, but some of the big hitters at the lower middle order are going to have to stand up now.
80 more needed. That will help as you're going to get a second run. That's good fielding again, just sliding into position there. Treek Richards has really done a good job. He took a good catch.
Putting his body on the line this time.
Probably So wake up in the morning with a little blister there, find that it's burning at the elbows or in the hip region.
You'll find out when he steps into the shower tonight.
Yep.
Put a bit of soap on there.
You know what we call that in Trinidad? We call it a white man. That's when the skin is just peeling off. And you don't want anything to touch it because it sort of sticks once the skin is removed. Yeah, you have to find some gauze or something just to protect that from the clothing, and even the gauze tend to stick onto the wound itself. That's well played, and but again, it's done so. It's traveling down there so quickly. They almost, almost as if somebody was willing it to go past the fielders. It went past the bowler, went past the keeper, and with a little bit more luck, who knows? Might have gone past third man as well. So, game just kind of ticking along here. Still in the balance. If somebody could come and score some quick runs, could change it. They need 77 from 44 balls. Aparicio. 2 for 24, make that 2 for 25 in his fourth and final over.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? To go for 25.
Yes, he's done well. This is the man who took that first wicket early on, and they really kept kept things pretty tight since. And part of the reason is because of the field placing. They're going to go for the second run, and they will get it too. So we've seen that time and again where the fielder's out in the deep. They don't stop the ball cleanly, and Toppin kicked it, literally. Give them a second run. Ouch, on the knee.
Surprised he got back up from that. Normally deaden it.
Yeah, he's probably praying that the ball doesn't come to him anytime soon. And luckily for him, this one went on the onside, went a long on and not long off. So 2 for 28 is how it would end for Aparicio. And at the end of 13, it's 92 for 5.
Time to step up now, really. It will tick away very quickly now, these last overs, and 92 for 5. Once they get past that 100 mark and you have a look and see where you are, you really have a good idea. But you're looking at 73 off 41 deliveries. Just over 10 and over. I'm saying you don't want it to get up to 11 or 12. And they've only had that one big over at 15. You needed a second just to pull it back. And now they're in need of 2 more big overs again.
Now, the man charged with that responsibility in the main here is Ikwe Craig. And he's been there now for 19 deliveries for his 19 runs. But they're going to need him. The one thing he doesn't want to do is just jump down the wicket and then lose his wicket. They need him to be sensible here, but he has to be diligent as well. Has to be aware of the situation, read the game.
One thing you don't want him to do is to jump down the wicket, which is exactly what he did.
And luckily for him, Mohammed slipped as he was delivering the ball. He fell down. I don't know if that put him off slightly, the batsman. And he's gone for a big one, and that is in fact a big one. Another KFC maximum.
Yeah, it's difficult to get too excited because they need a few more. But that will help.
Yeah, they really need a sort of a 5-over period here where, they get 10, 12 and over consistently to help get that equation down significantly. And if you can get an even bigger one inside of there, that will be ideal. And again, he thought about going after him for a moment there and then changed his mind. That was a shot before. So Rashid Mohammed now 1 for 21. And again can't get it past. So he had an opportunity there, but he couldn't take advantage.
Yeah, it got to the man at backward point very quickly. I mean, he fumbled it, but you can't run on the thought or the hope that he's going to fumble it. You hit it straight to a man and you think, well, there's no run there. Once they fumble it, it's probably too late.
So 98 for 5. Down the wicket he comes now, and it's going to get one, should get a second run, and it will. And despite a brilliant bit of fielding and a good return from in the deep. So that brings up the 100. So 100 for 5, topping out there, doing excellent work. And they've got another comfortable single here. So not a bad over in terms of run production when it was all said and done. And at the end of it, it's 101 for 5 now after 14.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
More runs needed. 64 off 35 balls. It's just up, just under 11 and over. When it gets up to 12, I normally say you're asking too much. Not because you can't score 15, 16, 17, 18, 20 and over, but you're not going to get that at this level. Very, very difficult.
So here's the man who started it all. Can he come back now and pick up another pepper? Halal. 1 for 20.
Craig is around on strike, 28 off 25 deliveries, but now he's really got to open his arms up here. Some big swings needed.
And the thing is that these are fairly big boundaries. So you're probably almost committed to hitting with the breeze or with the wind. And so you're swinging to leg most times, but there's a deep mid wicket, a long on, deep mid wicket, square leg, long off, and a deep cover on the boundary. Those are the 5 men out. And that one is smacked away there, nicely into the gap for 4. That one stood up there asking to be hit, and he didn't miss out.
Always nice when you can get it between the fielders. One is looking at the other thinking, this is yours. And they're not that far apart out in the deep there.
Yeah, that was hit with real power.
So they both had a chance to see it coming, try to close in on it, and still couldn't. It was hit, as you say, very powerfully.
32 from 27 for Craig. And again, and he's going straight this time. 4 more. Well, Halal has come on here, and it's almost like he has that sweet arm. As he brings it over, the ball just keeps disappearing. Another solid hit, straight. 109.
Have to take a run there.
I don't think there was a debate whether they should take a run there.
Well, he hesitated, didn't he? I mean, it's going to Mohammed. Run. Sorry. He's not going to get down. He's going to stop it with his foot. We've seen that on 2 or 3 occasions. So once it goes towards him, test him for the single.
And what a juicy full toss there that you just see he just sort of padded the ball on the ground there for Nilia. That way he has to be able to take the pressure off of Craig by belting that away for a boundary, or certainly for a run, at least 1 run. And that's more like it, and that's a brilliant shot indeed, and that too is going to challenge the fielder out there, but he does well. Nice tumbling save. But that's more like it. He can't just sit there and block the ball. He has to do some of the scoring, just share the load a little bit. So 112 for 5 now after 15.
Yeah, he managed to put his hand up and take a couple of that last delivery, but Craig is the one who is in the driving seat here. He's already faced 29 deliveries. He's in the plus column when it comes to runs scored and balls faced, 37 off 29. So it really is down to him to have a few lusty blows, get them up to 120, 130. And if you can do that and still have wickets in hand, then you're really in with a chance. Remember, it's 165 is the target. We're at 112 at the moment.
Because Rashid Mohammed is going to continue. Just to do a quick comparison, after 15, BOURG MULATRESSE were 104 for 5. But they were going at that stage at about roughly 10, 12 and over. So they just kept padding their score and didn't lose too many wickets. They lost just 1 additional wicket. And that's well played because that's in the gap, and a little bit of football there.
You did say that they play football there as well.
Yep. Sawan North Secondary, based in BOURG MULATRESSE. They will be part of the Secondary Schools Football League coming up starting this weekend, actually. 1 or 2 players on the national team as of late. really been able to produce some outstanding players. And of course, one of my favorite Parang groups is from the area as well. Los Alumnos de San Juan.
Parang, it won't be long before we get into that again.
It'll be long. I think they've been tuned up. In fact, this weekend, I think, is the Start de Parang. One of the traditional curtain raiser for the festive season. And this one is in the air, but this may fall safely. In fact, they might get a second run if they hurry. And they do. And they will get that second run as well. That's good running from Fanilia there. He looked like he was just jogging at one stage. And then he had a quick change of gear. And made it home quite comfortably. So he tucks on two more. And this is really good batting on his part. Just to keep the pressure going. Don't let the bowler bowl 2-3 deliveries at you consecutively without getting runs off of him.
That run rate edging up towards 12 now.
Yeah, they're going to need to get a boundary here. And this is smart. Get Craig back on strike as quickly as possible. And that has to be the message that he's carrying at the moment for Nilier. When he can have a go, but in the main, his job is to get this man back on strike as quickly as possible. And Craig has to earn that respect by doing that, hitting the ball nicely into the gap for 4.
So this is where it's going to come from then. That's the saviour for Shannon Sports, if there's going to be one. They need him to bat through. 120 for 5 or 16, is that right? Got one ball left, I think.
Yeah, I think the scoreboard ticker has consistently used one ball off. But it just seems as if the way it's programmed, they can't reduce it. Yeah. So they just keep going with it, and it's always going one ball more. This time he's going further, and that's well hit again. There's another car out there, and luckily it hit the fence, because that seemed to be headed straight to that car, driving there, minding his own business. But that's the end of the over. Another KFC maximum to Craig's tally, and he goes to 48 at 126 for 5 now after 16.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up, then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you. Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up, then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
The feet there on that last delivery to meet that on the full just makes things interesting now. It went up to 11, it's come about just down under 11 now, so a couple of good hits can really change things. A couple of good overs really will do it. 126 for 5.
Yeah, 39 from 24 balls. So not a bad equation, but this could be crucial here, Barbosa. And immediately they set off for the single, and they'll get that easily. And this is the smart thing there by Fornelia. You could see Craig willing him to take that quick single. Immediately on the ball being played, he was off and running. You look at the men platooning out in the deep. There's a nice ring here from square leg all the way around to deep cover on the opposite side. And that includes a deep mid-wicket, a long on, long off, and a deep cover. So where can they get those runs?
Ooh.
That will help.
He left that. He left that.
Yeah, he was hoping that it'd be called a wide, but he moved over there, and I think the umpires are often encouraged if the batsman moves, then
that's it.
The crease moves or the line moves. So we see what happens here now. Ken Barbosa with 1 for 8 from his 2 overs, and that is going to help. They all do, and it's a no ball. Yeah. Well, so a free hit coming as well. So that went drastically wrong there. They're going to take that with a big smile right now, Shannon.
So 4 for the ball going to the boundary. 1 for the
no ball. And you get a free hit.
You get the free hit. Got to bowl it again.
Imagine you hit this for 6 now, so that's
expensive
11
delivery.
runs. Yep. So he keeps trying to dry the ball, but we know that at this stage it's very difficult to do so, to grip the ball. And that's part of the vagaries of playing under lights. And again, trying to really hammer it. Probably trying to put too much power into it. Lost the shape a little bit. Just a single. So now the equation gets even better now.
Yeah, you shouldn't be too angry. They've got 7 off the over already. There are 3 more balls to come.
And that one is cracked away nicely into the covers. Now, do they go for the second run? They should. And they might get a third if he hurries. And they should run on the throw. They decide against it, and the ball trickles to the keeper.
9 off the over. And still 2 balls to come. They weren't going to run the third because they were happy to take the second and slowed down. You can't anticipate the fumble. When he did fumble it, then they thought, well, it's on. But it was already in his hand. So maybe best just to settle for the 2 there.
And this is going to help. This 2 could run down the hill. It's going, not going to get to the boundary. And Durant is going to corral it, and they're going back for the 3rd run. And this is more like it, because that is what they should have done again at the other end, because the boundary, he was so close to the boundary out there that to beat you with a throw from out, he must have a bullet arm.
And then you pick your fielder.
Yep.
I'm not trying to be disparaging to the fielder there, but he is of a particular age, isn't he?
And he was never going to get to that ball and rifle in a return.
And that's probably his age on his back.
Yeah, Mr. Durant?
I think it's probably a little bit more than that.
Slightly bit more. And now this over is turning out to be a very productive one.
Yeah, that's what you want.
And Craig now, can he do some more damage? And I think he wanted to get the strike and to retain the strike. And he's achieved that. So that's the first thing I think that was on his mind there, to get off strike. So he's gone past his 50 nicely. And it's keeping the scoreboard ticking. It's 139 now for 5.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered. an over that went for more than 10, 11 or 12. Need some of those big ones. They're probably going to need one more, I'd have thought. 26 in 17. All of a sudden the equation is now beginning to fall in favour of Shannon Sports. They've just managed to get a couple of overs.
Actually, this should be 18 balls.
Oh, well, in that case.
Yeah, because it's 3 overs left. So
yeah, I don't know how that happened there. I think I did another ball to the last over.
Yeah, I think that is like a computer glitch there.
Yeah. Yes, and it's already there.
So you still have 18, 19 and 20 in terms of overs to go. So they have 18 balls to get 26 runs. Game on. One big over inside of there could make life very easy.
Then you've got five wickets to come and
Toppin.
throw things.
Yeah, Toppin, who hasn't set the place alight, he's went for 10 and over in his first 2. If he does that here now, they 16 from 12. But if he goes for more than that, then
that'll be the game.
Yeah, that equation could look a lot easier the rest of the way. And look who's on strike, Craig, which is exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, he manoeuvred that last over really well.
So we've seen some good knocks. We've had a couple of half centuries so far, last evening, tonight as well, earlier, 53 from Holder. And now we have an unbeaten 50 from Craig. So, Igwe Craig, can he take his team home? And can't get it past Aparicio there. Aparicio's done very well. 2 for 28 and he scored a 30. So top in. And he should get a single there, and well stopped, one would have to say. Durant was under pressure there to keep that one in front of him. So they need 25 now from 16. Still very gettable, but this is crunch time, so who will blink first, as they say. And that's gone all the way. What a big hit. That's a KFC maximum. And what a time for Fornellier to uncork that.
And he's the one who's been knocking it about and giving the strike to his partner. And now he's come to the party.
Big hit. So that brings the equation down now 19 from 15. Still more runs than balls.
Yeah, once it gets to run a ball, any good batting side should be able to manage that. And that was a good hit. Danger here for top in.
And that's well played. He's going to get Craig back on strike. And in a lot of ways, that's not all that bad.
Yeah, you might feel hard done by now because you've brought the batter who's faced the most deliveries and scored the most runs. You brought him in on strike.
55 from 38. So 18 from 14 balls. And he's going hard at the end, and he does well. Durant And really, that one was screaming at him. But he did very well to stop it. Anthony Durant. I don't think he's related to Kevin Durant, do you think?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I think Kevin would have been happy with a stop like that. Changing teams this off-season. So he's going with Houston Rockets. And trying to get at it, but hoping for a wide, but it's not called a wide. And again, that's not all that bad because it leaves Craig on strike. So at the end of 18, it's 148 for 5.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval. We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Would really slow this momentum, and that's the only thing that I can think, because you can see that from that graphic just how Shannon Sports have edged ahead.
Didn't you, what, 17 from 12 now?
Yeah,
165 is the target.
That last over, they were flirting with just over 8 and over, but now back up to 9. I still think that that's manageable.
Well, this is the over. This is the big one. If they could get a big one here, that would take all the pressure off the final over. And then it also brings into question who will bowl the final over for MULATRESSE. So they had the game, and now they're watching it just slip through their grasp here. And they need to get this wicket. They need to break this partnership, bring a new batsman, especially if they could get Craig out. That would make life so much easier for them. Barbosa. And they're trying to go for the second run. They're going to have to hurry. And yes, they'll get it, because not only did he fumble it twice.
And then he slipped.
Yep.
There was a slip by the batsman as well.
So that's 2, and Craig is back on strike. So 15 now from 11. Still within striking distance, or very much within striking distance. And this is not the time to fumble and to have miscues in the outfield, especially that far away from the wicket. Craig itching for a big blow here. And it's getting this one into the gap. Now they're going to have to hurry here, and they're going for the second run, and they will get it too, because once again it's difficult to throw that ball from that deep and beat the batsman running, who's fairly quick between the wickets. So he goes to 60 now. That's the top score of this match. His partner in crime there, Fornellier, doing his part. He's on 20, quietly, 20 from 14. So 4 runs so far from the first 2 balls. Can he get a boundary? You have to wait. Barbosa not prepared to give it to him just yet. So 13 from 10. And another comfortable single. So if you're not getting the big hit, then at least get the single. I think that's the message that Craig is sending to his partner, Fornellier.
3 deliveries left in the over. You could go into the last over needing 12 and still feel that you're going to manage it, but I think that They're going to take a few off these 3 deliveries.
It's 12 already.
So it will be, it should be.
Under 10.
It should be a comfortable finish for them.
And that's going to help. That's crucial at this stage. It's a wide, and that's 5 runs. So what a time to uncork a wayward delivery like that. And that brings it down to 7 now. And you still have 9 balls to work with. So now they have more balls than runs required. For the first time in the game.
Yeah, he just tried a little bit too hard with that. Looking for something a little bit quicker. He pushed it down the leg side.
So 7 from 9. He's trying to go for the big one there. I'm surprised he didn't run a quick single. So now 7 from 8. So they're still ahead of the game here, but you don't want to leave anything. You don't know what is going to happen in that final over. So if you can get it here or get even closer here, you take it.
Wicket would be good.
Yep, well, that will help. No, it's not the time to accumulate dot balls. You want to block and run. You can just push that ball into the offside and take a quick single. Turn it on the onside. Just drop it at your legs there and run.
Last ball of the over.
And he's gone right across that one again. And luckily for him, he didn't get bowled down. But that ends the over. And at the end of 19, it's 158 for 5.
We come to the last over. A little bit in it. I still feel that Shannon Sports are in the driving seat. But a wicket upsets the whole balance here. You've got 2 well-set batters. They've got runs on the board. They face plenty of deliveries. 158 for 5. They know exactly what's required. And they can generally just knock it about and win this. But a wicket would upset the apple cart, I think.
Well, it is. It certainly, but not only a wicket, a couple of dot balls could create real panic in the batting here. And it's up to Craig to keep his cool. But you get the impression he's going to have to do the bulk of the scoring here because Fanelia had 3 deliveries and couldn't get a single run from those 3 deliveries. He kept trying to play big shots when in truth and in fact all he needed to do was just, as you say, block and run. Didn't need to do much more than that. A run there would have brought them a lot closer. But they're well on course here. They need 7 from 6 balls. Who's your money on, Mr. Rooks?
Shannon Sports, I'm afraid, for all you book fans.
I remember one Hazel who used to bowl for Shannon back in the day. Fairly quick bowler, but then he had a quicker one. An ultra quicker one. I was warned about that as a teenager. I was also like 15, 16 years, and they said, be careful when he bowls that quicker one. And I was like, after 4 or 5 overs, I didn't see the quicker one until he eventually produced it. Unlike anything he bowled before. And that's well played, but there is cover out there. And there's a good, clean pickup and return, limiting them to just the 1 run. So now 6 from 5. 62 to Craig. 20 to Fornelia. And all eyes are on him now. Can he get his teammate back on strike? Now, again, if he just pushes it into the offside, he could get an easy single. Turn it square on the onside, and I'm sure Craig will be running. Oh, you could do that.
No need.
And it's going, and it's dropped. Well, and they're going to go back for a second run. So 2 in the end. So that brings them even closer now. So that brings it down to 4 from 4. He really got under it, didn't really get distance, but the kind of distance that he is requiring. And as we've seen earlier, once the ball goes up in the lights, it's difficult to haul in those catches. We see that at almost every level. And this is more like it. You just block it and run. So now 3 from 3.
Very clever.
Question is here, can Toppin hold his nerve here and bowl a dot ball? Or better yet, can he get a wicket? And the wicket of Craig, who's on 62, or will Craig end it here and win it for Shannon Sports? They need 165 for a victory. They're 3 away. And that's going to help. And that's going to help a great deal because big fielding out there. They get 2. So the scores are level. And he has 2 deliveries to get 1 run. So 164 for 5. They made 164 for 6. BOURG MULATRESSE. They're bringing everybody in to try to defend this single here.
Yeah, you don't want to give the single away. Force them to have to hit.
Well, the thing is, even though they're close in, there's still gaps right there in the inner ring.
Yeah.
You know, who is going to attack this ball? All he has to do is just block it and run. And Fornelia should be half pitch by the time the ball leaves the bowlers. And that's going to end it. What a way to end it with a maximum, with a KFC maximum. He ends up on 70, and it's 170 for 5. What a way to win it for Shannon Sports.
Well, it looked for a while as though they were going to struggle to get there. And they took it into the last over. They ended up winning by 5 wickets. It was an entertaining game. There were some nice things to look at in that. And at least there was something for both sides to look at in the right up to the last over. Ruskin Mark is going to wrap things up. Had an enjoyable evening. Here's Ruskin.
So again, Ikwe Craig, 70 with 4 fours and 3 sixes. The man of the match, so 70 from 45 balls. A splendid effort on his part. And this pair, believe it or not, took the score from 82 for 5 to 170 for the same 5 wickets. So they put together a really splendid partnership that really took the game away from the BOURG MULATRESSE outfit, and they must be kicking themselves that they couldn't see this one over the line in their favor. But congratulations to Shannon Sports for a fantastic victory, and also to Ikwe Craig for the Player of the Match award. 70 from 45, 4 fours and 3 sixes. An unbeaten 70 and a 6, a KFC maximum to end the contest. So here's a quick look back at how we got here. And this was a brilliant catch there, taken early on by wicketkeeper Joseph to get rid of Mohammed for 3. And try as they did after that, Richards and company. But Richards then, when he was an 8, lost his leg stump. And also Davis chimed in with 2 quick wickets. And the heat was on there. They slipped quickly to 23 for 3. And certainly was a big time here. Then another wicket to fall. Bowl Davis 79 for 5. However, this man came, Holder, and he was doing a fine job together with Aparicio. Aparicio made 30, but nobody can match Kevin Holder's power and precision. Played some wonderful shots. That was one of them. Brilliant punch through covers off the back foot. And this one went up in the air, but again the catching not the best. And got a life here, but the crucial time as well. Aparicio then chased a wide, and he departed. But Holder stayed the course, saw his team build nicely, and kept picking up boundaries at crucial times as the overs ran out. And in the end, they would get to 164 for 6, which represented a pretty good score. Then in reply, things got even better for them when this one, Halal, caught and bowled Waylon George there, the captain for the Shannon Sports Club, and things looked a little bit dicey early on, but gradually they started to get themselves going. Davis came, Joshua Davis, and really played a blinder of an innings here. Slightly out of character, but he was timing the ball sweetly. Guevara also played well until he too. But that was a monster hit there from Davis. And another one that just dollied up there for Guevara went for 10. Davis followed shortly after that, caught out in the deep there. Probably didn't mean to hit it that far. And then the wickets tumbled. So in the middle passage, they seem to be losing momentum, and that's because they were losing wickets as well. And this was another one that went down there, swung right across that one, Kelvin John for 18, and he was LBW to Mohammed. So 5 wickets down, and things look grim. And then all of a sudden, Ronaldo Fanalia joined Ikwe Craig, and together they really took the game away from the BOURG MULATRESSE outfit. They really took the game away from them with some big hitting, some timely hitting as well. And it doesn't matter, Barbosa got an early wicket, and then he produced this wide that was crucial at the time because it brought the equation down. They needed 7 from the final over, and that really was all she wrote. A 6 to end it from man of the match, Craig. He remained 70 not out, and they eventually got to 170 for 5 to win by 5 wickets with 1 ball to spare. So congratulations again to Shannon Sports. So they would be sitting happy, and you can't help but feel for BOURG MULATRESSE, who seem to be leading the chase for most of this game. They were doing most of the running until eventually coming down to the dregs there. Craig took it away from them almost single-handedly. Of course, aided and abetted by Fanili, who was 23 not out, did that. So 164 for the loss of 6 wickets to BOURG MULATRESSE, and in reply, Shannon Sports 170 for 5 to win by 5 wickets. So 2 games down. Tomorrow, we have another one coming your way. Savannah Sports up against Northside Future Stars. And that's an invitation for you to join us at 6:30 right here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. We hope you enjoyed it. And just before I go, let me again thank all our sponsors for making it possible. KFC, JMMB, Cans Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whiskey, Beckles Environmental Services, and Lions. And of course, our production team here at Cricket 360 for doing all the hard work. So that's the situation here. I'm Ruskin Mark, looking forward to your company again come tomorrow.